Please clear the path of the riders because we're going to start the race very, very shortly in
Stage race
2 minutes time.
in Malaysia, Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu today. 187.4 kilometers await the riders. And great to be back here in Malaysia. This is, as I said, Asia's premier stage race and the excitement around this year's race. We are back to the famous climb of the Genting Highlands. And what a field that we have assembled for you for this year's edition. We head up to the Genting Highlands on stage 5, 126.4 kilometre stage, and up to the top of that famous climb. That is normally where our general classification is decided in this race. Marty McDonald and John Mould are with you to take you through the 8 stages of this year's race. 1,278.1 kilometres is the entirety of the race. The riders are down on the start. We have the rollout and a little neutral section. And the teams you can see towards the front, the likes of EF Education, Easy Post, will take you through who is here for this year's race. And John, at this point in the year, there's always that kind of anticipation, isn't there, from a lot of riders. There'll be those riders that come into a race like Le Tour de Langkawi at the end of the season who might be looking for a contract for next year. It might not have gone their way this year as well, but also there's that opportunity to just go into the winter and just snatch a stage win and get an opportunity to kind of ride for yourself in a way.
Yeah, definitely. They come here most of the time looking for a bit of a result. Sometimes if you have those early, a bad season in the start, injuries, illness, and this is that final chance to come out to Asia. And of course this is the best and premier stage race in Asia, so everyone wants to come here, and a really good 8 days of racing across the board. We're really looking forward to sprint stages, climbers, so a real mix of opportunities for so many riders.
It's the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi. As we said, it's a famous race. There have been so many great champions over the years that have kind of cut their teeth on this race. I mean, if we go back even just the last decade, Jose Serpa back in 2013, we had Mirsamat Pursedi in 2014, Youssef Ragigi, one of his biggest victories in his career in an edition in 2015. We've had Reinhard Jansi van Rensburg, Ryan Gibbons, the South African, came in, and that was one of his most successful victories, really dominated Le Tour de Langkawi when he came in 2017. Artem Ovechkin in 2018, Benjamin Dybul in 2019. 2020 it was Danilo Celano, and then we had a little break because of what was going on in the world until 2022 when Ivan Sosa took the victory from Movistar last year. Again, just really set up that victory on the climb of the Genting Highlands. Last year's GC, Ivan Sosa taking it from Hugh McCarthy. Hugh Carthy, Torsten Klein, George Bennett, Ino Rubio, Esteban Chavez, Eduardo Sepulveda, Ruben Fernandez, and Jambalap's Saint Bayer and Andre Zeitz was our top 10. So the riders just rolling out on the neutral section, and it's one of those things in the morning on this sort of race as well. You just got to kind of ride the flight out of your legs for a lot of the Europeans and riders coming from different parts of the world.
Yeah, I don't think anyone will be complaining too much. They were obviously arrived probably 2 days ago, gone for a little pre-race ride yesterday, but we have a nice 7.4 kilometers neutral just to loosen up the legs and allow the riders just to settle in a way. And, course, the stage then goes quite a flat stage, opening up today, and then we just into it and get into the racing. But there is those 3 intermediate sprints, just to try and wake those sprinters' legs up before they get to the finish.
So our first sprint of the day comes at Dungan after 36.2 kilometres. That will be with 151.2 kilometres to go. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on offer at those intermediate sprints. We then go to Jalangau with 91.5 kilometres to go. That will be our first category 4 climb of the day. Just 300 metres, 7.3% is the average gradient. It's then on to climb 2. That comes with 74.1 kilometres to go at Sakayu. That's a cat 4 climb, 1.3 kilometres in length, averaging 7.8%. And then our final 2 sprints of the day at Ajin with 45.4 kilometres to go at Top Jabal with 21 kilometres to go. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds on those intermediates. 10, 6 and 4 on the finish line for the riders to just battle out. In terms of the weather today, 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, 81 to 83 degrees Fahrenheit. It has been a little bit grumpy over this part, a little bit grey, I've been told, over this part of Malaysia for the last few days, but it's sunny, little chance of thunderstorms. There's a 1 to 8 kilometre an hour wind. It's a bit swirly, the wind. We've got a little bit of a tailwind early on, a little bit of a headwind later on, but the wind not really anything to write home about.
No, not a huge factor. Even we saw how much it was going along the coast. That was a little bit of excitement when you think, there might be a bit of crosswinds, but unfortunately quite swirling and not too high, so the riders will be quite happy with that. They are headed in one direction all day, so it could have been a difficult day. When you look at it sometimes and you look and see it's a block headwind all day, you always think, oh no, that's 184k into a headwind. But swirling, changeable, obviously not too much. You can see on the top right of the screen, just caught a glimpse of the Malaysian flags. It's settled really, not out in stretch, so it's good news.
Let's run you through your teams and who you're watching. So we've got EF Education, Easy Post, the team they brought here, Simon Carr from Great Britain, Alexander Jefferson, or Shapeda, Ecuador, or Christian Eichen from Denmark, Tom Scully from Bowden, and Christian Van der Lee is the team of EF Education, Easy Post. That's a pretty good team, I'd say, from here.
A brilliant team. You kind of look through as you go through, but they're definitely riding for general classification this week. One of their best sprinters, who could be there or thereabouts, is Tom Scully. But on those flat stages, Scully, the perfect man to protect energies and sit in the wind, keep the riders out of trouble at any point.
We also have the Astana Kazakhstan team, so Vadim Bronski, Rory Panakarov, Lebesilica, Leonardo Basso, Sameli Lapton, and Harold Lopez is the team of Astana. They're a team that have been coming here for many, many years, Astana. You see that a lot in this part of the world, as certain teams like Astana that love this race.
Yeah, of course, the Kazakhstan-based team, we've got that. It's a good chance for the younger riders really to come over to Asia, perform at a high level here, and then head back to Europe. Of course, they're in the middle. They can easily jump across. The travel from Kazakhstan isn't too bad, so it's always interesting to see which riders they bring. And one of the riders one to look out for is that Ecuadorian Harold Martin Lopez. He was part of the development team this year and was actually signed up to the World Tour team in the future years. So one for the general classification this week, I think.
Good to see how he goes. Green Project Bardiani are a team that have been like Astana. They've been coming to LANGKAWI for many, many years. So we've got Luca Cavili, we've got Lorenzo Conforti, Davide Gaboro, Matteo Scalzo, Manuele Tarozzi, and Enrico Zanoncello. Looking at the parkour this week, looking at the route that we've got, that they've got a team that they're definitely going to be targeting some sprint stages today for this week.
Yeah, sprint stages and GC. Green Project Bardiani come so well prepared, climbers and sprinters, and seem to be able to do both so well. But looking towards today, Zanoncello really on good form, a good sprinter as well, so be interesting for today's stage.
As the riders are on the rollouts, so Tudor Pro Cycling, another team that are here. The Tudor Pro Cycling team. So Michael Zieland, Hannes Wilsch, Simon Pello, Robin Foidavois, Sebastian Changitsi, and Arvid Decline is the team of Tudor Pro Cycling. Arvid Decline is a rider from Tudor Pro that a lot of people talking about in terms of a sprinter for this race. Quite interesting. Going to be quite interesting to see how he goes in this one.
It is. He's a prolific winner, actually, a winner of Milano Torino this year. An interesting Tudor Pro Cycling really are stepping up in the future as well. The future years coming, they've made some big signings for next season. And of course, Arvid Decline will be with them next year, so this is another chance to showcase what he can do as the team then transitions up to bigger and bigger things in the future.
So we just sing the 7-Eleven team on here. So well, the team of the Philippines. So if you're tuning into, you don't get to see the 7-Eleven team very often, but here in Tour de Langkawi and this part of Asia, they're a team that have grown well over the last few years, and they've changed their jersey very slightly. For me, being of a certain age, the 7-Eleven jersey and the 7-Eleven team being so iconic in the world of cycling, it's good that they're good to see that there's still a team around with that famous sponsor on their shoulders.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest jerseys, you have to be honest. When you see it, it's nice with the different sponsors now, but it is still iconic. Whatever happens, yeah, one of the best, one of the cool sponsors is always nice. Sometimes a jersey just pops out, doesn't it? And as soon as you see it, you think, I wouldn't mind going out training or go to the cafe in that.
I've been trying to get one for years. I've been coming to Malaysia for this race for many years, and I've been trying to get a 7-Eleven jersey from the team for a long time. I'm still trying. Hasn't quite worked yet. We'll just run you through our other teams just on our rollout. Bolton Equities Black Spoke, Luke Mudgway, Bailey O'Connell, Matt Bostock from Great Britain is the only non-New Zealander in the team. Josh Burnett, Logan Curry, the man with the best haircut in world cycling as well is here, George Jackson. Yeah,
it is some haircut, and he's a good sprinter as well. But I don't know whether it's the haircut that makes him fast or he just is fast. But I guess if you keep winning, you can have whatever hair you want.
Yeah, it's definitely we'll be able to pick him out easily. And the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, another team, being a New Zealand team, we see them a lot on the Asia Tour. They've had a good block in Europe as well. We saw them out in some of the semi-classics in Belgium as well. They're another team, real development team. They give that riders that real pathway into the sort of world tour if that's ultimately where they want to go.
Yeah, and of course it's so difficult. The Australian, New Zealand teams and the Asian teams really to break into Europe and get a really good European race program, race calendar throughout the year, and Bolton Equities Black Spoke have been able to do that. Seen them so much in Europe, and of course recently at the Tour of Britain. They race really well, and just that little stepping stone they can give chances to riders to step up to a level where they can race at a high level consistently, and hopefully that then pushes them on to bigger and better things at the World Tour.
We just saw Davide Gaburo there, just having a chat on the rollout. The Human Powered Health are here, so Sasha Vimas, Gijs van Herke, the Belgians. They've got Embros Vetstad, Bard Singh from Norway, Ben Perry, from Canada. Paul Double from Great Britain, who's going to be he's going to want to crack at the Genting Highlands. Paul Double, and then Adam de Vos, winner of a stage back in 2018. Adam de Vos, a former Canadian national road race champion. So, the Human Powered Health with the men's team folding at the end of the season. There's opportunities here for riders kind of to have a bit of a last hurrah in this jersey in a way.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a worrying time for some of the riders. So they want to come out and perform where they can. Some riders may have already signed contracts elsewhere. They were told the team unfortunately was ending at the end of this season. But again, another opportunity. If they haven't signed anything, they'll be on the hunt. They'll be talking to plenty of teams this week, showing what they can do.
Adam de Vos's stage win actually here in Langkawi, I remember it. It was he's won into Kuala Terengganu before, and this race traditionally over the years, if we couldn't go to Genting over the years, there was times where there was a lot of work going on, and it's quite big props to the organisers for getting back up to Genting Highlands. But if we didn't have that, there was a lot of sprint-based stages. You've only got to look at Andrea Guardini as the most successful rider in 24 stage wins off the top of my head for Andrea Guardini. But Adam de Vos's win on that day, he was in a breakaway that day. There was 4 of them, and he just tricked the peloton, stayed away. We're through kilometre 0. We are off and racing here in La Tour de Langkawi, stage 1. From Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu, 187.4 kilometres ahead of the riders. 3 intermediate sprints, 2 Cat 4 climbs along the route today. So we are off and racing. Those flurry of attacks that we always get at the beginning of the day as everyone just tries to get in a breakaway, try and get something established if they can. As I just said, while it looks on paper like a day for the sprinters, it isn't outside the realms of reality that a breakaway could potentially get clear and go all the way to the finish. As I said, Adam de Vos pulling off a cheeky one that day back in 2018. It was a real day, a massive standoff between the 4 breakaway riders and the sprinters teams, and they just hit the gas, I remember, with 40k to go, and managed to hold off the peloton and take it in towards the finish. As we get our first attacks, you can see 187 kilometers to go up in the top corner of your screen. We will be with you throughout on our live stream today, throughout the stage, as we will be all week. Equipa Kern Pharma, the team that are here, they have Yonagide, Jose Parra, Ivan Cobo, Carlos Garcia, Eugenio Sanchez, and Pablo Castrillo, the team of Equipa Kern Pharma. Very much a climbing team, we would say, for Equipa Kern Pharma. We have Euskadel Euskadi with Chomin Yaristi, Mikel Biscara, Xavier Isasi, Carlos Canal, Juan Bao, Mikel Ituria. That is the team of Euskadel Euskadi. Cortex, l'Italia, Alessandro Iacchi, Lorenzo Quartucci, Alexander Konishev, Attila Viviani, and Giulio Masotto with Davide Baldaccini is the team of Corotec. Watch out for Attila Viviani today, and we just try to get a bit of a break established. These early attacks that the riders are putting in. Traditionally in Tour de Langkawi, we'll get a breakaway early on in the day. It does follow a similar pattern. As they just trying to stretch something. It's just getting a little bit large at the moment, the breakaway. But everyone's super keen to get involved.
Everyone's really keen, but the issue really how wide the road is for a bunch wanting to control things. When it's this wide, attacks can just keep going and going. And it's going to be an interesting one. First stages of any stage race around the world is always so difficult to try and figure out who's going to control the race and look after it. no one's got a general classification sorted and there's no general classification team. So someone's got to go out as a sprinter's team, back their sprinter and try and control the race and bring the breakaway back. But every team wants a man up the road because then they don't have to do it.
As a DS yourself, and this is generally the plan in the morning, isn't it? It's like, all right, lads, make sure we've got at least someone in the breakaway today.
Yeah, it's so hard to control, and of course it's easy now when you think back. When you're in the car, you can just say you need to have someone in the breakaway, but trying to remind yourself how difficult it is to make sure someone's there when you're in the race. But normally we can say if a group is 5 or more, let's be represented. If it's less, then don't worry about it. That's normally the rule we try and go for. If it's a big breakaway, we need to be there, so we don't have to chase it back. But if it's 3 riders, if you're riding for your sprinter, then you think, okay, we can let that one go, and hopefully we can put a rider there on the front to either ride back or leave it up to the other teams. But you can see 3 riders moved away there, but the chase behind, the attacks are constant behind, and that's why that breakaway has never been allowed to open up a big enough gap.
It could be that this at the moment could play out a pattern for quite a while here. You can see everyone just kind of meerkatting over the top just to see who's in the breakaway, and just maybe sometimes you're in that position, you're just trying to check if any of your riders have made it in there.
Yeah, and of course they have got race radio so they can talk between themselves and between the car, but obviously when the racing's on, when you're trying to spot who is up the road, sometimes you come across a little group and then you realise you've got a teammate there already and you feel quite bad, but then it's a constant effect. You just have to be at the front, in that front of the race, following the moves, and then eventually we will get a selection go away, but sometimes it can take a pretty long time.
We're just running through other teams you're watching. If you're just tuning in us here live today, Caja Rural, Daniel Babor is their sprinter, Thomas Barta, both from the Czech Republic, Gorka Sorarin from Spain, Callum Johnston from Great Britain, we've got Joaquin Mugalde from Spain, and Edward Pradez from Spain. So those are the representatives of Caja Rural, another team that have come to Malaysia for many years in this race. We then have the Terengganu Polygon cycling team, and they are always, as you would imagine, as the home team here in their home province, so they are always up for this one. Jambalans Sambayer is in the team with Jeroen Meijers of Netherlands, Youssef Ragigi, the former winner from Algeria. Then you've got Ayman Zarif, Harif Saleh, and Amaro Mazuki. Harif Saleh, the sprint, our first intermediate sprint along the route today, is in his hometown of Dungan. So this team, he's the most successful Malaysian rider in the history of Tour de Langkawi, and it's fair to say the Terengganu team are always up for this one. It doesn't matter what level of teams come here to Tour de Langkawi, they are always up to prove their worth and prove their might, and deservedly so.
They do across the board as well. Every race they go to, they're always there, but then home race, they come back to Langkawi, step up another level. And obviously that home motivation that they need to perform, and they come over and over again and ride so well. A great team, actually. Been around for a long time now as well, supporting local Malaysian riders and other riders from around of Asia. Really one of those continental teams that have been able to, hopefully in the future, keep what they're doing, stepping up, helping riders develop, move them on to bigger things. That's one of the things with the continental teams, that you kind of have a bit of success in seeing one of your riders that used to ride for you step up and race on higher levels.
So we've got the first look of a breakaway group. So just trying to get clear here. So our break looks like we're starting to get, after those early attacks, starting to get something established here. This is Adne van Engelen from the Netherlands, from the Rujai Online Insurance team, just wearing 123 there. And then that is Harif Saleh, just wearing 102, just alongside him. So we'll just get up to our breakaway group. So we've got our teams that are in there. So from the Bolton Black Spoke Equities team, they've got a rider represented in here. So the Malaysian national team with Ayman Rosli is in there. Then the rider wearing 124 is Tanachat Yaitan from Thailand. Our Black Spoke Equities, Bolton Equities Black Spoke team is Luke Mudgeway. That looks like he's made it into this group here. Good makeup of teams that have got in here. We've got Afik Othman from Nusantara that's in there. The Malaysian rider wearing 195.
Yeah, five teams represented here that were really keen for the breakaway. It seems like they've settled into a good rhythm as well. It's been a really hard move to get there. You can see, asking for a turn now, we need to move forward. Get a good little view.
We're in the team car.
car.
So Malaysian national team, we're on board with them, which is good. Good to see. Good to see Luke Mudgeway getting in there for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. He's just driving through. Luke Mudgeway, he impressed me earlier on in the year in some of the classics, some of the Belgian races that he did earlier on in the season. Did Luke Mudgeway? So good to see him. Good to see him in here and racing in this one. Ronde van Limburg was one race that he was kind of up there and thereabouts. New Zealand national criterium champion is Luke Mudgeway.
He's a fast little finisher as well, Mudgeway. Raced him actually when I was back racing as well. So Luke, he's a good lad as well, but he's got that fast little punch and kick to him. If he is in a breakaway like that, if that went all the way to the end, you'd have to back him to try and win. But behind that, the bunch hasn't really sat up. They're not that keen to allow them to go away. Still counter-attacks happening. You can see the shape of the bunch pretty lined out. Trying to get a glimpse of the breakaway of 5 riders ahead. You can just see them. They haven't let it go yet.
And that is traditionally it, isn't it? It's the peloton who decide who's getting up the road and in a breakaway. I looking at the makeup of the break and looking at the teams that are represented in there and the riders that are represented in that group, you'd say there's a good mix, because a lot of the, you got Malaysian national team, you got the local Malaysian riders, you got an Equities Black Spoke rider in there as well. But perhaps, like I was just literally about to say, teams like EF and Human Powered Health feel that they need a rider in this group.
Yeah, definitely Human Powered Health. They jumped across. It looks like that breakaway of 5 has been caught. It's all back together, and we just have one rider now, and it is Human Powered Health on the attack. Of course, if they had a plan to get in the breakaway, they missed it. They knew they then had to close it down.
And the director is usually on the radio if there's a break and you got no one in it and you got a live stream like we have here.
Yeah, they can.
You're normally on the radio going, there's a break on.
Yeah.
We got no one in it.
Yeah, there's no excuse. We've seen it as well. That's one of the... Sometimes racing with radios, you can't hide, you can't make a mistake. Directors in the car, they're watching, they're keeping an eye on everything.
It gets. I don't know about you, but on the in the car behind, sometimes it would always be, are we getting in this breakaway today? Anyone on the radio? It would just get progressively more, as it went on.
Yeah, it's a there's a bit of a skill. You don't want to be too harsh on the riders. You know, when I'm in the car with Trinity Racing, try and look after them, keep the positivity early on, but every once in a while, yeah, a bit of words of encouragement.
Positive motivation.
Positive motivation is needed. Come on, guys, let's just get in there and get on with it. But it's always a difficult one. Now we have 3 riders slowly off the front. That's a bit of a better sized group. We did have 5 or 6 in that earlier move we saw, and behind now you can see the peloton quite happy with that. That's gone across the road this time. I'm sure there will be some counter attacks coming.
So 3 teams represented in our breakaway group. So the Kern Farmer team,
good little group again. They've started working well together. That's the best thing, when they start sharing the effort as soon as they get away. And you can see 2 riders trying to make it across. That would make a nice group of 5 at the front.
so our rider, just clear here, is Polychronis Sorzakis from Greece. That is there from Rujai Online.
Strong time trialist actually, so a great man to have in the breakaway. 5-time individual time trial champion of Greece. So it's always good when you make a breakaway and someone's willing to really ride and push the pace on. You just end up trying to use them as much as you possibly can. But you can see we have a break of 3, but only 2 are swapping turns at the front.
Ivan Kobo is the Keep Kern Farmer rider that has got in there.
And then it's Joran Myers. Sat on the back. You can see he's not pulling through. Surely you'd be asking some questions. You've made it here. The least you can do is give us some turns.
Yeah, that's an interesting one if he's not yet working. Or he's listening to you now, John.
Yeah, he's gone through.
Or is he?
Yeah, he's rolled up to second. 2 more riders have made it across as well. Just looking to see if he had a teammate making his way across. That might have been the reason why he was sat on. I don't think he did. Maybe he was just waiting to make it a group of 5. And we talked about human-powered health. They were the riders who missed that breakaway earlier as well, and then they had to bring it back, make some counter-attacking moves. And it looks in a way they've missed it again.
As have the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, so they're trying to go across. So they're just having a little look around. So our other rider that's made it across there is Nupacek Klahan from the Thailand Continental team. So Zakis Mayers Zanoncello, they're giving us, and Klahan. Don't think Zanoncello is in there. It's Sorzakis that's wearing 126. As the Bolton Equities Black Spoke jersey just tries to come across. Just going past that point along the route. Great to see all the fans out. All recording it for... if it's not on Instagram, it never happened.
No. Yeah, you always think there's plenty of videos going around of fans at the side of the road. Normally just of the convoy as well. It's just a normal day, let's be honest, of cars driving behind. Same a day if you just went out and filmed the road.
So there's Sorzakis, just our rider from the Malaysian national team is getting in there as Matt Bostock comes across for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. You could see Bostock in there, so Sorzakis, 126 132 is Claham. Bostock gets on to the group. So he's a good, strong rider to get to having a move is Matt Bostock. So the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team put a rider, a representative in there. It's Corratec Celitalia, the colours of the Corratec Celitalia team that are trying to come across. And again, it's very chaotic at the moment, early on in this one.
Completely no control. So hard to police from that peloton's point of view. And they're not happy. That was what they're happy. Almost it was okay with 5 riders, but soon as Matt Bostock has made it across, that's opened the floodgates behind. They then all need to race and bring it back. And that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, it's come back together. So early on in the day here, it just sews back up again. Those attacks on the front of the peloton. It's a fairly frantic start to the day here on day 1 of Le Tour de Langkawi. But good to see so many different teams looking to try and get themselves into breakaway groups. 171 kilometres to go. Multiple breakaways so far since kilometre 0 that have looked to try and get something established. We've got our first sprint of the day, 36.2 kilometres into today's stage. That's with 151.2 to go. So there is about 20 kilometres until that first sprint. Potentially, I know day 1 is always nervous, but is there an element of when you've got a sprint for bonus seconds earlier on in the day to maybe just try and steal some seconds early on? Hence why we're not really seeing something get established.
It might not have been a plan at the start of the day to go for it, but as we get closer and closer and the breakaway hasn't been established, yeah, you may as well take the 3 seconds. If you're going to be there, you never know what can happen. And even though it is day 1, some days it might just be important to move yourself up. General classification riders and those sprinters who can climb quite well, they might be able to hold on the mountain stages, maybe not lose too much time. So if it is there, I think they would see a bit of a battle for it.
Great to see all the schools coming out. Tour de Langkawi, better than double maths this morning. So a little morning off to watch the bike race come through. As soon as that group came back, the next barrage of attacks going in here at the front. And for a lot of the teams from the Asia Tour, this is the biggest race for them of the season. Hence why you can see so many of them trying to get moves established to pick up a stage win in Le Tour de Langkawi can be a career-defining moment for many riders that race on the Asia Tour, and it's been a busy season. I mean, we've had races this year, Tour of Qinghai Lake, Tour of Tahu Lake as well, and it's sort of this kind of race. We used to be in March. It used to be early on in the year, Tour de Langkawi, but it's almost interesting now to build into this one as the sort of premier stage race of the Asia Tour and have it at this time of year.
Yeah, I think it suits quite well, fits with, especially with the Asian calendar. There's so many races that build up throughout the year, but it is the biggest and best one, and you get some really good teams coming towards the end of the season. They look forward then to the winter. But a lot of riders, like we can see from New Zealand, Australia, they might have come to Europe, they're like a full road season in Europe, and it's perfect for their travel home. Go to Malaysia on the way back. Yeah, I'll do an 8-day stage race, and then you head back down under to Australia or New Zealand.
I was literally took the words out of my mouth, because as we saw the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, it is almost kind of taking a slow boat home, isn't it? It's sort of, I did a little bit here, and then, head home for the winter.
100% breaks up that journey perfectly, actually.
It's a fairly long way, isn't it? We did it yesterday.
Yeah, it is a long way, but of course the New Zealanders so used to that long travel. Let's see now, Human Powered Health on the radio. He was just asking what's going on behind, basically checking
It's nuts.
on the
It's going to
chase.
be the reaction from the
Yeah,
Diaz.
it
It's
hasn't
fairly
stopped.
bonkers so far.
There hasn't been much control and it hasn't stopped, which is great for us and great for everyone watching.
Yeah. If you are just joining us today, welcome aboard. Thanks for your company. It is stage 1 of La Tour de Langkawi, 27th edition of this great race, and Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu. Today we are heading for a sprint in Dungan, which is the home of Harif Saleh, the most successful Malaysian rider in Tour de Langkawi history. So we have a sprint in his hometown, and it is Terengganu. We have the Terengganu Polygon team here. That is the local team, the home team for Terengganu. So they always come in to this race and this stage with a huge amount of pressure on their shoulders to get some success in this race. The La Tour de Langkawi this year, 8 stages, 1,278.1 kilometers in length. So we are Kuala Terengganu today. We are over on the east coast of Malaysia, sort of northeast, and then we will transfer across for so stage 2. We are going to go from Kuala Terengganu to Kota Baru. So we're going to go in the opposite direction to tomorrow for Kuala Terengganu to Kota Baru. We will then go from Jelly to Baling for stage 3. So we're going to go across the country for 183.1 kilometers. So the route really well thought out this year in terms of the riders and the way the stages are established around the country. On to stage 4, it's Bukit Mertajam to Meri Raya, 140.1 kilometers before we go to the Genting Highlands, the summit finish from Slim River to Genting Highlands on stage 5, 126.4 kilometers in length. Stage 6, Karak to Malacca. We go Muars to Seremban on stage 7, and then on stage 8, it's Setia Alam to Kuala Lumpur. 156.5 kilometers is the final stage. So that is what the race has in store for us this year. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you throughout La Tour de Langkawi this year. The heat is back is the slogan for the race, and you would say it's fairly fiery this morning, for want of a better description of how the stage has been so far. It's been absolutely nuts, hasn't it?
It hasn't stopped, and absolutely no control, which is, again, brilliant for us watching. Stressful a bit for the riders, but also in a way they're happy to have the race at such a high speed. They get through the stage quicker, and in some ways we do have a slight tailwind for this first 30-40 kilometers, so maybe that is the reason as well. But actually the main reason is the riders. They're the ones who make the race. Doesn't really matter too much on the course. We talk about the differences of so many different courses around the place, around the world, you can see constantly people, the climbing or the tougher parcours as such sometimes doesn't make the best racing. When the racing's flat and fast, opens up the floodgates for more riders to be able to make a move. I think that's what we've been seeing. Wide roads and no way of really closing the race down.
Next move going off the front, 165 kilometers still ahead of the riders, and if it keeps up like this, it's going to be a fairly quick day in the saddle for the riders to take in if this is the pattern and the pace so far today. In terms of the parkour, it's fairly flat, so it's definitely a day for the sprinters, but anything can happen. As we said, we've had breakaways that have managed to go all the way to the finish in the past. 3 riders now, just getting a bit of a gap. There's a bit of a lull across the front of the peloton, which is a good sign.
That's the first time we've actually seen the peloton go all the way across the road. The first move that they're happy. But of course, you have to be careful. There will be counter-attacks. If you open up the doors, let anyone through. As you can see, it is Bolton Equities Black Spoke who've made their way to the front again. They really are keen to make sure they're represented in a breakaway today. And they're the team taking up the chase.
So we got Teshbaya Bachsaikin is number 121. This is rider wearing number 134. Ratchanan Yawarat. So the three teams, next we've got three riders now trying to get across the gap to our break. So this could be 5 riders in total. This is Novuchi Lefongyu, just focusing in on at the back of the peloton. So will this be the break that finally gets established? Another rider just trying to clip off. So each time you can see as that breakaway swells in numbers, the peloton start to get slightly worried. It's the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan team. We're seeing them jumping around at the front of the peloton. This is getting quite big now, this breakaway group. This is Luke Mudgeway again, that's off the front for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. Looks like his style.
Yeah, now that group has swelled to a group of 7. More teams represented. All it means is the peloton aren't going to be happy with it. There's a group of 3, they're a lot more comfortable, they know they can control it, bring it back for a bunch sprint. But as the leading group swells, that means the breakaway has more of a chance of going all the way to the finish. And we saw that bit of hesitation across the road briefly, but it's back to being stretched out in that peloton. Green Project Bardiani now try and bring this breakaway back.
Harif Saleh wearing 102 here, just chilling down the back of the bunch, just quite happy, quite comfy. With these wide roads as well, it's one of those, for someone as experienced as Harif Saleh, he knows that, you know, he's quite happy down the back. He can move up when he needs to later on in the day.
Yeah, it's a wide enough roads and a small enough peloton really. 128 riders. And of course, every rider has their own objectives for the day. So some riders would sit further back. They don't need to make big efforts to try and get in the breakaway. They just need to save their legs. Still, of course, 162 kilometers left of racing. No point wasting your energy now. If you're comfortable sat down the back and you're not worried about any splits that could happen in the peloton, then he's in the right place.
And that's experience as well, isn't it? Just to not stress, not worry too much about the fact that everything's kind of kicking off in front of you. You just, you know, knows what he can do, knows when he needs to do it. We'll get some aerial shots here around the race. We are heading towards our first intermediate sprint of the day. That will be in about 10 kilometers time, as the breakaways really trying to get something going here today. As John said earlier on, it's always fairly chaotic on the opening day of these races. Back down to the peloton, we'll see, we're getting the shot here from the back. We'll have a look up the road and just see ahead of us if that breakaway is still clear. So 10k to go to that first sprint. It looks like we've got it has come back together, and we've got our next move going in. That's our Equipo Kern Farmer jerseys, and just checking into the radio, just trying to get a nod. Have I managed to get clear? Pablo Castrillo of Equipo Kern Farmer is the rider that's off the fronts. So Castrillo, quick shout into the radio just to have a check with the team behind if he's managing to get clear. The 22-year-old rider from Spain, from Equipo Confirma.
He's definitely hoping there's going to be a counter-attack coming across.
It's a long day out there on your own, isn't
Otherwise,
it?
yeah, he needs just 2 or 3 guys coming across to him. That would be a nice little group of 4. But he's committed. He just needs to ride at his pace. He has a good little look around to see if anyone's coming. But he knows he just needs to settle into his rhythm. If there is a group that will come across, he hopes they can be joined by them sooner rather than later.
When you're in there, I mean, you must have been in this position a lot in your career as well. When you get off the front and the peloton are like, yes, let him go, and you end up on your own, you must be just like, oh, you've got 160k to go. It must just be a case of, oh, you're having a laugh, lads. Come on, really?
After the day we've had, you know, many attacks were going up the road and groups going over and over again, and then you make that one move, and you're like, oh no, here we are. But there is a group. Looks like a group of 6.
Yeah, we've got a group of 6.
Again, Luke Mudgeway. Bolton Equities Black Spoke. It's been between Mudgeway and Bostock. But let's be honest, mostly Mudgeway has been in every breakaway that's been big enough to be in.
Yeah, he's been really vigilant so far. We've got Tarozzi in here. Looks like we've got Nurfidaus, number 183. So this is the Keeper Cone Farmer rider that's up front. You've got that next group just trying to come across. Back to Castrillo of Equipo Confirma.
He's really committed to trying to hold off. Maybe he's trying to go and hold off for that intermediate sprint. We've just gone through kilometre 30. Still has 6k until that intermediate sprint. So he's probably best off just backing off a little, almost dropping it down to zone 3. See his shoulders rocking. There's a group of 6 behind coming across. Save your energy, get back, let them catch you, then start rolling through. I mean, we'll have another rider joins that breakaway. It has been relentless since the start, hasn't it?
It has. It's just not let up at all. So also making it in here, we got with Fabian Mide and Polychronon. Storzakis gets in there for the breakaway for the second time. We've got, it looks like Alexander Konishev, number 84 from Kerteh, who's also made it up there. Back to our leader though, Pablo Castrillo of the Equipo Confirma team. And driving on here, it's a case of, you're going to have to ride to me, not letting up, and dropping it back into that breakaway as of yet. Is this when you see Castrillo riding like this? Is this a case of potentially knowing how chaotic it's been so far and not wanting to risk dropping back into that group, and then it all just coming back together and this effort being for nothing?
Yeah, you can look at it in both ways and kind of think we can't really see how big the gap is to that second breakaway and the peloton, so that might make a difference. He might have more information than us of what the positions on the road are, but he is really committed to a big effort, which is also, I think maybe it's better just to wait for that breakaway to come across, even if he is going full on out to try and get that intermediate sprint. It's going to take a lot out of him to hold on.
Konishev on the front for Kerteh, Celitalia. It's a good makeup of strong breakaway group. So Valentin Mide, Polychronos, Storzakis. The rider that we've got in that group as well, I think we've got Jin Wong Kim from KSPO. And the peloton coming back to that chasing group. 156k to go. Castrillo, as John said, maybe got designs on trying to stay clear for the intermediate sprint, but the peloton have brought it back together again behind.
Yeah, all back together again. That was a big group behind. Now he's on the radio.
This might help him now.
It might do. There's going to be a bit of a hesitation again while they reset. This is the time where he needs to just carry on, settle into his rhythm. He was on the radio. He'll be more likely talking to his teammates in the peloton, because obviously the riders can sense and feel that peloton, feel the bunch if there's going to be any counter-attacks. But he's more likely to, he keeps turning around now when the peloton's all back together. When it was a group of 5 coming across, he was completely committed, didn't want to wait for them.
No.
But he still really is committed.
Multiple counter-attacks on the front of the group behind. As Pedro Castrillo, Equipo Kern Farmer, trying to get something going. Didn't want that break, didn't want to wait for that breakaway. And at this stage, it's potentially been the right move for him. The peloton with multiple attacks going on the front of the bunch. They are just gradually reeling him in. Luke Mudgeway there, wearing number 46 in the fluorescent yellow and blue colours for Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Just taking the moment to have a little rest at the back, deservedly so. I think he's one of the most active riders of the day so far.
Yeah, you can see how fast you can be out of position though. There's a good example. He was away in that move, now all the way at the back of the bunch. But he just needs to recover now. He can easily move back up and follow the next moves that he needs to, but let's be honest, he's been in everyone. Pretty much representing Bolton Equities Black Spoke single-handedly in these breakaways. The only other rider we saw from that team was Bostock in a little move. Now becomes 2 at the front of the race. The peloton again, when you can see a blacked out the peloton all the way across the road, means they have settled down. There's a bit of a reset going on back there. But all those efforts that Castrillo has put in, he's now been distanced by the other rider who's come across, and he's not going to be able to get back to that.
So joining the front of the race like a rocket, and this is the point for our new breakaway rider, is if you come past and you come up to a breakaway like this, you're better off on your own. He's better off just knocking off the pressure, just a touch, and for Castrillo to get back onto him here.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, but this now attack is perfectly timed to try and take the 3 seconds at the bonus sprint, which is really close now. We're getting closer and closer. 151.2 kilometers for that. So he's committed, he's gone straight through. But we saw how long Castrillo was up there on his own. And of course now he's paid for that.
So the former under 23 time trial champion of Spain, distanced. 500 metres to go to our sprint. I can't quite make out who our lone leader is here at the moment, coming up towards the intermediate sprint point. Just has a glance back over the shoulder, the motorbike just not wanting to influence the rider through the sprint too much.
And it was definitely more of an attack for that intermediate sprint, because he's crossed the line now, and now he's going to sit up and wait.
So no risk there to losing out on that one. Takes the sprint. We'll get confirmation of Castrillo is going to take second for Equipo Kern Farmer, and he's put himself in a world of hurt, basically, riding up towards that first sprint. So wanted the bonus seconds. And our rider here is Sarawat Sirionchai from the Thailand Continental team, who's who's gone for that sprint to sing some shots of the peloton. Just coming through that intermediate sprint point, and it was 100% for that sprint, that move by the man from Thailand.
Almost that was his finishing line. He's now in the breakaway though, so it isn't over. Still 151 kilometers left of racing. You can see the difference in that peloton there as they came across the sprint line. Happy with that move, I think, and able to almost control the peloton, block the road. It's been a very fast start to the day, and it's taken around 36 kilometers for the breakaway to be established. There's 2 more riders coming across behind, so working it out, should be a group of 4 who will be represented in that breakaway.
Sirionachai just in that group. Some riders going back towards the team cars now, just starting to see if they can get a spot of lunch, get a feed in once the feed is open from the cars. So just hands up for riders. They'll start the day with everything in their pockets, putting bottles on the bike, and then you'll get to the point where the feed is open and they can grab some more from the cars. This is looking promising now. This move after that intermediate sprint point, it's this group is building, growing.
Yeah, that is now the breakaway of the day. I think 4 riders. They've worked hard to get there, especially Castrillo of Equipe, Kern Farmer. Good. As soon as we have confirmation of the numbers, but you can see the gap has really gone out behind peloton, nowhere near in sight.
And good to see multiple teams represented in this group. So 121 is Teshbaya Batshaiken, is number 121 that's made it into that group from the Rujai Online Insurance team. And they're really working well together, our breakaway group. So Castrillo, Sirionachai, Batshaiken and Zarif, we're being shown is number 103. So good to see Zarif getting in there. So Ayman Zarif, national champion of Malaysia, is Zarif. There's that Malaysian national champs jersey there, wearing 103 from the Terengganu Polygon team. So Malaysian national champ in the breakaway group, and that will help as well in terms of the control of this breakaway with one of the Terengganu riders in there and the national champion. It's a solid moment for them.
Yeah, they'd be happy with that. There's a nice little selection there. Let's go. You can go through. Also, Thailand national team represented. And the teams that were making the race really active have now slipped off in that group of 4. I think this behind that might even be a counter-attack from the peloton. 2 riders trying to chase that group of 4. They want to make it a group of 6.
So Hao and Ashman from the Malaysian national team that are clear in. So Dongji Hao from Henjiang. So the Chinese rider is in this group. And then from the Malaysian national team is Zawawi Asman, and our rider here from China, just struggling just a little bit to stay with the Malaysian rider. For Asman, if he can get off the front, and the Malaysian national team, of course, this being their home race, and as Dongji Hao gets back on, so just sometimes just you hit the gas a little much, but that, I think that those two in the middle is just drawing the peloton out again. Just the breakaway, the establishment, the makeup of this group of four now at the front is a good combo. With those two riders in between, it's motivating the peloton again to potentially bring them back.
They were happy with 4, they're not happy with 6, so I think those 2 riders slipped off. The peloton weren't far behind.
Castrillo just hand up. Has he got a problem? He's dropping off well off the back of the breakaway at the moment, Castrillo. Could have a puncture or something potentially.
And if he has, the gap is too close for any cars. There will be neutral service car in between, neutral service motorbike possibly, but his team car won't be there. His team car will be behind the peloton. So if he does have a puncture or a mechanical issue, it's going to be very difficult for it to get sorted. Now, peloton now. Through that little narrowing, they were able to sit up again. But now it's become 3. Interesting to see where Castrillo is. It'd be a massive shame if the effort that he put in, the solo attack for a long time.
So with Castrillo at the brakes, Sarawat Siddhionachai from Thailand. We've got Batsakan in there wearing 121 from Mongolia. So Teshbaye, Saikan, and then Zarif, a Malaysian national champion, is in this group. And unfortunately for Pablo Castrillo of Equipo Kern Pharma, if he's had a mechanical or some sort of issue, so the gap not big enough to have his team car in the gap. So hopefully we'll get an opportunity to get back in there. But I think they're going to miss the firepower of the man from Spain.
Yeah, you really lose that extra rider in that group. 3 riders now at the front. But what a shame for Castrillo. Still the chaser, trying to bridge across. This is Asman, the Malaysian national team. Big chase and a big move to get across when there's 3 riders at the front of the peloton. In that breakaway, they can ride and share the workload together. Made a huge effort. He has them in sight now. No need to look back, you need to look forward. You need to get to that breakaway as fast as possible. You can see the difference in the peloton. Happy with the makeup of that breakaway. Castrillo maybe just did have that problem. He should be back in the peloton now. Constant hydration and fueling, so important on a day like today. Might not be too sunny, but yeah, pretty much 28 degrees was the lowest temperature of the day, so you're up to around 32, 33 at the high point. So constant fueling, constantly back to the cars. And even there, Swanya's at the side of the road there, handing out bottles.
And don't panic if you're watching on our live stream. This is our waste zone. 145 kilometers to go. Our breakaway group working well together. Fans along the side. Good to see everyone now. Get into it. Love it. We love a sign. It's good to see that we've got that. Peloton just all, as John said, just taking that opportunity to fuel up. And there's only so much you can fit in your pockets at the beginning of the day, and over the course of an 8-day stage race, keeping hydrated and fueled throughout. It's a warm day for the riders, with 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. Back to our breakaway group. Plenty of encouragement from the side. Great position on the bike, Sarawat Suryanachai. We saw him going for that intermediate sprint.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kerteh is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kerteh.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create that positive social impact. We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
we are back. Welcome along. Stage 1 of Le Tour de Langkawi. 187.4 kilometres today from Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu. Thanks to your company, Martin McDonald and John Moulds, with you to take you through what has been a fairly frantic start to today's opening stage of Asia's premier stage race out on the Asia Tour. And our breakaway group just a quick chat with the team car. Back to the car, just back to the car. Asman getting on for the Malaysian national team. Good to see them getting into the mix here. Dongji Hao of China was the rider that was trying to come across with Asman, not making it into that breakaway group. No news on what happened with Pablo Castrillo, whether he had some sort of mechanical issue. And you just see the riders with the musettes on their back to the team car for a feed or grab that musette from the soigneur. Along the side, 1 minute and 13 seconds with 141 kilometres to go. It's fair to say now, John, that this is our breakaway of the day.
Yeah, breakaway of the day. It took a long time to go. They're not letting it go out too far either. 1 minute 13 now. Enough time to have a conversation. The mechanic there out the window passes a bottle. But that group of 4 eventually are the chosen breakaway. They're the ones allowed to go up the road. It's a good chance when you do have your team car there. Have a bit of a conversation. Speak to the rider, speak to the DS. Make sure everything's okay. You can see on the back there, nice little bottle of Coke. Bit of sugar straight down the back of his neck as well. That'll keep him cool. Hopefully it's come straight out of the cool box in the back of the car.
He's changed it up, started to go pockets.
In pocket.
We see though traditionally now, don't we, is the tights with ice cubes in to keep you cool.
Yeah, ice tights. It's kind of done thing now. It's so common. You can see women's tights are the best for it. Cut them into smaller bits, tie a little knot, and then at least get quite a lot of ice cubes down the back, and that just keeps the core body temperature cool throughout the day. You need to just keep on top of your temperature. As soon as you overheat, your performance is massively affected. So it's just about being able to control that core body temperature from an earlier on stage. Once you do get too hot, it's so hard to then cool your body down and back to a working temperature. So the teams now, you always see them ice socks shoved down the back of the neck.
And there's so much research that's going into cooling. We see riders warming up for races when it's really hot with a cooling vest, but also a lot of the teams now using almost like making like what I'd call a freeze pop. That you can almost take an energy gel and make a freeze pop out of it, which then you're kind of cooling from the inside as well.
Yeah, it's a huge thing, and even now heat adaptation, looking at the same effects as a training point of view as altitude. Actually, heat training in some ways helps athletes perform on a huge higher level actually, and it's easier and cheaper to do than having to travel to altitude. The simple way of doing it, you can go into all the science of it and explanation of it, but all you're doing is actually putting the body under more stress. That then has a positive effect if you can recover well, and then obviously that increases your performance. That is the very basic way of looking at it, but it is you same as altitude. You're then just putting the body under more stress. It's harder to get oxygen to the rest of the body to help the muscles because there's lack of oxygen in the air is thinner, and the same with heat, that increases the heart rate, and of course the blood flow is restricted because it's harder for the blood flow to to get round the body. That then makes the body create more red blood cells, and you have this pretty much a similar effect as altitude.
And heat's not heat the world over, is it? Because it's very humid here in Malaysia, and you go to a different part of the world where the heat is very dry. And is that something as well, as a coach, as you are, as a sport director, as a former rider as well, that you would look at into? Because we see riders from time to time that might be prepping for, whether it's an Olympic Games or a major championships, and they're like, right, okay, it's going to be dry heat, I need to set a sauna or something like that. Is that also a consideration that you'll take in when you're kind of looking at the science of that sort of prep?
100%. You'd look at, we did it quite a lot when I was racing with GB. Before the track events, you go to a track World Cup, you prepare either in a tent most of the time, try and make the humidity similar to what you're going to end up racing in, and it's just trying to make that body adapt to it or get used to it as much as possible. You can't do so much, and of course you have to train in the build up to it. So maybe 2 weeks out from an event, 3 weeks, you can actually drop some turbo sessions in roller sessions, and in a way just making your body and your mind used to it as well. And that's probably one of the biggest things. Some riders really are shocked when they enter somewhere humid and they're not ready for it, as if they've prepared themselves. Sometimes actually it's the mental side that actually helps them the most. And they feel ready.
Yeah. Gotta feel ready.
Yeah.
And could that, you look at riders that might have come from Europe and different parts of the world, and when you've got that travelling in your legs and how frantic it has been on the first almost 50 kilometers of today's stage, is there almost that essence of trying to wake yourself up and acclimatise to the conditions here by having a really big sort of hit out in the morning?
It was a good way to start, especially for a lot of the riders, so they were able to settle in. But there's going to be a lot of sore legs that first hour of racing. They'll all feel better for it tomorrow. Right now they're not thinking they wouldn't have enjoyed that first hour of full gas racing, but in the long run it's a long 8-day stage race, so you just need to settle in, get through today, and then you tick off. Then most of the time you will just actually feel better and better for the first 3 or 4 days, and then of course after 3 or 4 days then the fatigue comes in of the racing you've already done.
And then we look at our breakaway, and we've got a breakaway of riders that all are, we've got in our breakaway group, you've got your riders from Malaysia, you've got your Malaysian national champion in Harif Saleh, and then within our breakaway group as well, we have Tegshbayer Batshaikan from the Rujai Online team from Mongolia, that's in wearing 121. Then within this breakaway group, we have Sarawat Sirionachai from Thailand, and then we have our Malaysian national team rider Zawawi Azman. And this is their part. These are their home races. They're riders from Asia, and this is what I love about a race like this as well. We may well, we've got EF Education, Easy Post here. We've got Astana. We've got some of the biggest teams in the world, but this is the moment as well for riders from Malaysia, from Mongolia, from the smaller national teams from Thailand as well. This is an opportunity to perhaps catch the attention of Tudor Pro Cycling, a team that's really growing, or Bolton Equities of Black Spoke, to maybe get yourself a bigger contract. Because there is that appeal as well for a team like Tudor, and we need more diversity within teams as well. And it has been difficult traditionally for riders from Asia to get established into the bigger teams. We have seen over the years riders from Japan. We've had a lot more Japanese riders that have managed to sort of make it into the pro peloton, but for some of the Malaysian riders and the Thai riders and riders from countries like Mongolia, there haven't been those sort of opportunities. But for teams to sort of cherry pick the best of the best from the Asia Tour, it then helps you, doesn't it, as a team, get into races like Tour de Langkawi, like Qinghai Lake, like Tour of Thailand, and those sort of races if you've got a rider from a national team.
Yeah, both ways, and this is the chance for the riders in the breakaway And of course, every race we go to, the objectives for each rider is so differing. Let's say it's easy to say EF Education Easy Post, they come here, they want to win the overall. Hands down, we come here to win. But for the other riders in the lower teams, like the Malaysian national team, come and show those bigger teams what you can do. That this is your opportunity to be at the front of the race, catch their attention, and then hopefully then you can move on. But it's all about the development, and even just for the race itself, those bigger teams bring up the level of the Asian riders. Then that improves. It takes time, but it's slowly getting there. And as you already said, a few riders pop up on the European team. They then get an invite to the big Asian races. But it's some really tough racing. You can see how we started today. So many riders keen to be in that breakaway, show what they've got. And even on stage 1, there's no place to hide for that first 50 kilometers.
No one was taking any prisoners at the beginning of the day, I think it's fair to say. We're looking along the route, so we've got a little bit of a roller parkour to 95.9 kilometers into the stage, so that'll be 91.5 kilometers to go. So a fair while before we get to our first King of the Mountains point of the day at Sakayu. That is a Cat 4 climb at Jarango, my apologies, that's a 300-meter climb. We'll then have our second Cat 4 climb of the day with 74.1 kilometers to go. 2 category 4 climbs along the route. So for our breakaway, this is the important objective for them, is to potentially take the lead in the early lead in the King of the Mountains classification, because if you can take a King of the Mountains title in a race like Langkawi, it can do both your career and the team's race world of good.
Exactly, it's a different objectives and aims for every team. We've been saying, but this is a chance to get a jersey, get on the podium at the end of the day as well. Of course, those intermediate sprints come with bonus seconds. But no jersey for that. That is a points classification. They count to the points classification, which is then added with the finish as well. A lot more points on offer, obviously, at the finish line. But the King of the Mountains, expect a big battle between the 4 fighting for that. They've got 2 chances. It's going to almost look like an intermediate sprint when we do get there.
Simon Pelot for the Tudor Pro Cycling team working on the front. Astana are working with Yuri Natorov, and then you have Cajarural all lined out behind them. So you can see now the breakaway all established. Then you've got Corratec Sella Italia are the team behind them. So fairly early on now, you can see the teams that are now just controlling this one. Just a gap, 1 minute and 35 seconds. So they're not taking any risks here. We're not letting this breakaway go out to sort of 4, 5, 6 minutes.
Not even letting it to go any further than 2 minutes. They're not very keen for it to go that far out, which is a bit of a surprise. They could relax, let the breakaway go away. But at the moment, it is Tudor Pro Cycling made their way to the front. They've decided to control things, setting the stall out, but having declined their sprinter on really good form, one of the fastest sprinters in the race, so they back him. Has only been Tudor Pro Cycling towards the front, riding on the peloton. Saw Astana, Kazakhstan team behind. I'm not sure if they've actually taken a turn on the front yet. It's all been left down to Simon Polu. Look back. 4 riders sharing the workload well at the front.
Average speed 40 kilometers an hour so far.
Yeah, but first bit of the race really was frantic.
Still just, we head to the back of the bunch. Harif Saleh, still there, just chilling at the back of the bunch. He's got Youssef Regigi just in front of him. And Regigi taking this race to Langkawi back in 2015. And then the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team are just in front of them. Simon Pelot quite content at the moment just to lead this one out. Cajaredal just surrounding their sprinter. So they've got Daniel Babor is their protected rider, even to say today. And Cajaredal looking all in formation here at the moment.
First team to really set up in that team formation. Behind that, just out of shot, a lot of riders now. All the teams ride together in one line. So you do really get that team formation, especially at the front of the peloton. A little bit further back, it is a bit more spread out.
Is that something as well as a DS that you're kind of almost encouraging now, is to, okay, stick together if you can? If we're in the peloton, we sit as a unit. Because there's something that's quite as a sort of a confidence thing and a show of almost like a subtle show of strength in a way, where you do all sit together in the peloton.
It's really become the norm now, actually. You probably go back 10 years, it wasn't actually like that. It was only until you always kind of sat together, but not too far apart. You kept each other close, but now it is just single line formation. Makes it a lot safer in some ways. If someone does have a problem, has an issue, at least you can have a conversation really quickly. Or if you need a bike change, of course at this time in the race, it wouldn't be too much of an issue to go back to the car, but at the points towards the end of the race, quick change with a teammate is so much faster than having to go back to the car. The bike needs to get off the roof, that you then have to chase and make a big effort to get back. Let's see now, Adam de Vos makes his way back to the team car, picking up some bottles from his team. One of the biggest things, going back, collecting as many bottles for your teammates, getting on the race radio. Yeah, I'm going back to the car. The bar's open. What do you boys want? And then just take in the order. Fill up the pockets, fill up the jersey, make your way back to the peloton, and dish out the bottles for everyone. Those four settled into a rhythm. One of the biggest things there in that breakaway is actually riding slower than what you need to. It's easy to get carried away and really make big efforts. The peloton have got you under complete control. If you start riding slower, that means the peloton needs to ride slower, because they don't want to catch you with 127k to go. So that's the smarter way of doing it. Actually, the breakaway need to then ride at a slower pace. That means they can save their legs for the final 40 kilometers. That gives them more of a chance. But if you're trying to push on the pedals now in that breakaway, that just means that the bunch need to really squeeze on as well. They can control that. So it's always a bit of a tactical battle. You can tell the difference. The experienced breakaway riders do it with such skill. They can just hold back, and then really in that final hour of racing, they can catch out the peloton then, because they've actually saved their legs as best they can in that breakaway for the day.
And that what we talked about earlier on, Adam de Vos, when we finished in Terengganu, when he won his stage, and that was exactly what Human Powered Health did that day, and he just, they absolutely, there was that kind of standoff in the street almost in an old Western movie. You're just kind of staring down the peloton, aren't you? Just waiting and waiting. And then just absolutely, with 40k to go, they just absolutely hit it. Took the gap out because the peloton were closing and thought that they had them. They were, I think, they were back to almost a minute, and they just hit the gas, took it back out, took them by surprise, and held on to win it.
It's one of those smart little, you don't see it very often because obviously you get in the breakaway, riders are keen to push on, but if you can ride it smart, you can catch pelotons out and the bunch behind. And one of the good stages to do it is actually the first day when there's a bit of hesitation, all the teams are looking at each other. Of course, we will find out who the fastest rider is if it does become a bunch sprint today. And of course everyone then looks towards that team for the following days because they know their sprinter is on good form. But in those early stages, especially on day one, a bit more hesitation.
Our breakaway group, if you are just joining us, our breakaway group is made out of Sarawat Suryonachai, and he rides for the Thailand Continental team. We have Teksh Bayer, but second, and he represents the Rujai Online Insurance team from Mongolia. Ayman Zarif is in there from the Terengganu Polygon cycling team. The national champion of Malaysia is in there wearing number 103. Zawawi Asman from the Malaysian national team that is also in our breakaway group. And when you look, someone like the Teksh Bayer Batshakan from Mongolia, don't have many Mongolian pro riders. He's had a really, looking sort of through his stats, he's one of those riders that's sort of been around for many years. We would see him sort of dip into the track and do a little bit of track throughout his career, but he's had a really strong season this year. So took a stage in Tour of Phuket and the overall in Tour of Phuket, won a stage in GC in the Tour of Thailand, one in the Chengdu Chatham Greenway, won a stage and the points jersey over there, and that one is one in China a couple of times as one-day race. He also won the Yulin highway stage race, taking a stage and GC in that, silver medal in the Mongolian National Road Champs. He's also ridden Tour of Iran, Tour of Taihu Lake, and that, seeing him in the breakaway, you can see just how many kilometers that he's got in the legs this year, and hence why putting Tour de Langkawi at this sort of time of the year is potentially a good move for riders like Batsaikan, who have had a really strong season and come into this point of the year with a huge amount of kilometers in their legs.
Yeah, come through and built through the whole season to come here in really good form. But overall, a great all-rounder. Just mentioned, good track rider as well. He's raced a couple of World Cups. Was actually part of that UCI cycling school as an under-23. He raced Tour de l'Avenir, represented them. It's one of the biggest under-23 stage races on the calendar. So that experience now. Still only 25 years old. You can see the way he pedals, just comfortable on a bike, in a nice position on the front, taking his turn now. But it's great to have a rider like that in a breakaway of 4, someone of that experience, almost always talking to the other riders in that group as well, kind of guiding them where they need to be and what they need to do.
And that UCI school in Aigle is he's the prime example of what that system and that team was almost set up to be. So a rider from Mongolia, where may not have the sponsorship back home, or the federation might not have the funds to be able to put him where his potentially should put him, and going over there, working with the coaches, working with the DSs, as you said, riding races like Tour de l'Avenir. It's worth its weight in gold, and that is what that program really was always designed to be.
And it's a great opportunity to allow the riders to go out and race, learn in Europe, and they can come back. If they do come back to Asia, that experience then's passed on to their teammates at other teams. It just gives them that showcase, that shop window into Europe, especially at under 23 level. So much untapped talent around the world, and especially in Asia. So it was a brilliant thing that the UCI did, and of course they did it across sprinters on the track and endurance riders, and then the under 23s on the road.
And it's in a way, because one of the real success stories of that program on the road within the women's pro peloton is Teniel Campbell from Trinidad and Tobago, and her stories of arriving in Switzerland in the middle of winter where it was freezing cold. But that it would be almost a similar scenario for someone like him, that coming over, and it's helping riders kind of navigate those cultural differences between racing in Asia and coming from somewhere like Mongolia coming into Europe, because whether we like it or not, it's still a very European dominated sport. The Tour de France, if you want to ride everyone wants to ride Tour de France, Giro, Vuelta, but him coming in and racing and growing as a pro helps the Asia Tour, because the Asia Tour is full of incredible races. You look at Tour of Qinghai Lake and Tour of Taiwan. I mean, Taiwan's got some massive mountains in it, and has got, is a really, really strong race. You come here to Langkawi, that's been, so well established that and basically it's called the Tour de Langkawi, but it's the Tour of Malaysia. And Genting Highlands is one of the most famous, it's a famous climb. It's I've ridden up it. I haven't raced up it. I've ridden up it. But it's I would put it up there, having ridden the Monte Zoncolan and climbs like that. It's up there with those sort of really, really famous climbs in the world. And so hopefully for more riders like him, it will help break down those barriers and just help them. It's rather than rocking up in Europe on your own with a suitcase and a bike, you're going somewhere where they are focused on making sure that you're happy, you're comfortable, you're looked after, which is the most important thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and takes that worry or doubt as well. You travel across the other side of the world, a long way, completely different culture. If you can be looked after in a group together as well, because there was a group of multiple nations all living together. It's of course, even you just learn so much about all the other people, all the other riders within the teams, and it gives them again that opportunity just to learn, move over to Europe, race at a higher level, and all it does, it has that positive knock-on effect all the way through.
And that having spent a lot of time on the Asia Tour, and that is the beauty of our sport, and we do see it go the other way. You do see rider. You got Youssef Regigi that's in here for Terengganu. You've got Jeroen Meyers that's in there as well within the Terengganu team. Artem Ovechkin who has won this race in the past, and we do see riders come the other way and come and race for Asian teams, and race within the Asia Tour as well. Dan Lloyd rode for Giant Asia in his career as well, and Qinghai Lake was a great race for riders like that to become established. So you are seeing more and more crossover in the other direction.
100%. at Trinity Racing. I'm sports director there. We came over to Tour Taiwan and Tour Japan this year, and they were probably I was lucky enough to DS both those races, and they were brilliant. Like 5 days and then an 8-day stage race with Tour Japan. And we talked about famous climbs. They raced up Mount Fuji, and to do those experiences, those riders as happy to come over. They come over so keen to race and get stuck in as well. So it's just it's on its way up, and more, and you see teams like we have on the front, Astana and Tudor Pro Cycling. They're moving forward, they're stepping up, going to be a force to reckon with. Team one to watch 100% next year. So for the riders, the teams, they come over, they enjoy themselves, they come maybe a little bit more relaxed, but that just allows the teams a bit more freedom. Of course, there's always pressures they have to perform. It's their job, but a little bit more relaxed, that gives a good team spirit. They're all happy, and happy bike riders most of the time are fast bike riders.
And that's it, isn't it? If you're coming here with reduced pressure, is probably the best description, because there, as you said, there's always pressure. A team like EF or Astana or Tudor, they come here, they want to win. They don't, because there's a level of pride, as there is with our breakaway group and the teams that we've got established in here with Zarif, with being the Malaysian national champion. It's day one at Tour de Langkawi. He's on his home roads, and he's in the breakaway wearing his Malaysian national champion's jersey. But in a way, sometimes a race at this point of the year, and those riders, as you said, happy bike riders make fast bike riders. There's that opportunity where you can give riders a little bit more freedom, and a lot of teams will give their younger riders. It's a good stage race for them. Ryan Gibbons' former winner been a prime example where they go, right, this is your chance to lead. It's a good teaching race as a DS, isn't it? To teach younger riders, to be leaders. Yeah,
and that is exactly the more experienced riders in the team, or the all proven race winners that you think are there. That's their opportunity to then help those younger riders move up. You look at EF Education Easy Post, they've brought Jardy van der Lee. He's a stagiaire, so he is an apprentice as such for this race. He isn't part of the World Tour team, but he's able, from August, you're able to take stagiaires onto the team. He's had a big opportunity here. And then to be riding with the experience of Simon Carr, Cepeda, Tom Scully, one of the best all-rounders from New Zealand, a brilliant rider across the board, to learn from those riders and then move on. It's an opportunity to show what you can do. The team get to know you even better when they spend 8 days with you away at a race. All that travelling, it makes a good difference. You have a good opinion of the rider and the person as well, which also does come into it. They want riders who fit into the team. But it gives them that opportunity to really show what they can do. You go through all the teams, those younger riders step up in these races, and they grab the chance when it comes. You can't be. You never know when your chance is going to be. So if you do have an opportunity to win a race, it's so hard to get a result. So when you do have that opportunity, grab it with both hands.
There's a fair amount of experience in the EF Education Easy Post team car as well. We've got TJ Bengada and Matti Breschel in that car. So for someone like Jardy van der Lee to be able to learn from those two is phenomenal.
There's two really great pros over the years. Of course, learning constantly from your DSs, almost just picking their brains. Sometimes it's you're not learning while you're racing. You obviously have to listen to what you're being told to do. But if you can have the conversations afterwards, what did I do wrong? What can I do better? It's always great when riders are willing to ask and learn and move forward. Of obstacles. It doesn't matter your age even, you just need to be able to keep learning constantly. And the battle is that. New things change, new science. See the improvement, aerodynamics completely changed the sport. Every rider now wearing those aero socks, no cotton socks about anymore. It's all about those aerodynamic gains. But that breakaway of 4 now out to 2 minutes and 15. Settling in really well with 118 kilometers to go.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kerteh is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kerteh.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create a positive social impact. We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kerteh is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kerteh.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create a positive social impact. We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
Welcome back. Stage one of La Tour de Langkawi. Great to have you along. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you for live coverage. 111 kilometres to go. Our breakaway have an advantage of 1 minute and 48 seconds over the peloton. If you're joining us for the first time today, we'll be live throughout the day for the entirety of Le Tour de Langkawi. We've had one intermediate sprint along the route, and that was at Donggam with 151.2 kilometres to go. And it was Sarawat Srionachai of the Thailand Continental team. He's in our breakaway group. He's on the front wearing number 135. He came across the gap to Pablo Castrillo of the Equipa Kern Pharma coming past him to take the bonus seconds. 3, 2 and 1 seconds on offer. Castrillo taking the 2 with Ayman Zarif of Terengganu, sweeping up the 1 second. Unfortunately, Pablo Castrillo, we haven't had a report actually whether it was mechanical that took him out of the breakaway group. This move, though, been established for a while. So wearing number 135, Sarawat Srionachai of the Thailand Continental team, a team that has been around for a while. Number 121 here, Tex Bayer Batsakan. He is from the Rujai online insurance team. Wearing number 103 in our breakaway group from Terengganu Polygon is our Malaysian national champion Ayman Zarif. And wearing 216, Zawawi Asman from the Malaysian national team got across with one of the Henjiang team, Hao Dongji, that got into the breakaway group. They're really not giving them too much rope at the moment. They're quite keen to keep things under control today. The peloton, the next objective along the route will be with 91.5 kilometres to go at Jarangao. That is a Category 4 King of the Mountains climb. It's just 300 metres, averaging 7.3%. We then go to Sikayu, which is a Category 4 climb. That is with 74.1 kilometres of today's stage remaining at 1.3 kilometres in length, averaging 7.8% for riders to count on those King of the Mountains points. We then have 2 more intermediate sprints for bonus seconds. One at Agil with 45.4 kilometres to go, and then one at Tok Jamal with 21 kilometres to go. You can see the riders keeping fueled, hydrated. Davide Gaboro of the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan just moving down the outside of the bunch. Jersey full of bottles. In terms of the weather today, it's 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. That was the forecast for the riders. That's 81 to 83 degrees. Sunny, chance of some thunderstorms that they've said throughout the day. Whether they come to fruition or not remains to be seen. A 1 to 8 km/h southerly and easterly wind, switching to sort of northwesterly and northerly. It's the as we move up the coast, the wind can kind of sweep around, but nothing too much to trouble the riders today. It does look like very much a sprint day, day for the sprinters, but I hope you're enjoying our coverage of Asia's premier stage race, 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi, as we make our way around Malaysia. The Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, Logan Curry wearing 44, are all just chilling out down the back, and then you've got George Jackson there wearing 45. We would say George Jackson's their man for the day today, the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team.
Yeah, 100%. He comes in on brilliant form. Of course, easy to spot with that haircut, but Jackson recently at Tour of Taihu Lake, winning 2 stages, the general classification, the points classification, and the young riders classification. So they will be hoping he can hold that form today. He did win those sprints from a reduced peloton. The peloton was around 90, 80 riders. A bit of a tougher day. He sure is fast enough. I mean, the riders they have in that team, Bostock, the British rider himself, a real fast finisher, him as that final lead-out man is brilliant. Brilliant man to have in front of George Jackson. They almost can leave it late, surprise those big sprinter teams. You can see on the front, Tudor Pro Cycling and Aston Art, they were the ones who were taking up the chase. They're the ones who have backed their sprinters from the get-go. But Bolton, Equities, Black Spoke, they've sat back. They've been able to kind of hide out the way, hide at the back. But I'm sure they'll be up for that sprint coming to the end. It's great. We had a little glimpse there of views from the cars. That was the Commissaire's President's car. That was Radio Tour, keeping up to date all the riders. Well, keeping up to date the teams, the team cars with the time gaps and anything that needs to be made aware of on the course. If there's a narrowing, a tight point, a tight corner, we then radio that. That goes through to every single team car and the motorbikes and neutral service cars within the race. And if there is something that needs to be said, then obviously the riders can be told that via their team managers on their race radios.
And as a sport director, I mean, you're with director sportif with Trinity Racing. Is there, as a new DS, and when you start DSing, is there that learning curve of how much? Because there is a point, isn't there, where you're sort of getting to a point. Okay, how much do I want to say? How much info? Because you're wanting to try as well. There's so many different aspects to being a director sportif in the car behind.
Yeah, so it's it's different. Obviously, at under 23 level and anything by 0.2 and lower UCI categories, there's no race radios. So then you do come to the bigger races with Trinity. We race with pro races, 0.1s, and then of course the radios are allowed. When I was racing as a rider, this is the other difficulty. Everyone's different. Some riders love the information. They like to be told exactly what's going on constantly, whereas others kind of just want the minimum. And sometimes if you overload too much information, you then get a chance of, especially when there's live coverage, you can see one of your riders taking the earpiece out, because that's the easiest way of not having to listen. Oh yeah, my earpiece has fallen out. Oh, I didn't hear you. So you're just trying to keep it simple, and just tell the riders what they need to know. And if they're, the one thing with the under 23 is already a development team, Trinity Racing, and one of the biggest things that I like to hear is the riders having a conversation between themselves, not just relying on us in the car. If they're the ones in the race, they're the ones who can see and read where they need to be. So sometimes when they're having a conversation, that is, for me, I'm most happy about that, because they can see it. They know they need to ride. If it's only simple things like, say, the wind is coming from their right-hand side, ride a bit further out to the right and protect your sprinter. So little conversations, and the riders who are able to look forward and they're aware of these changing conditions constantly, they're the riders that then move on from our team and go to the World Tour level. Not just all about the results, it's about that all mentality behind that. And it's amazing. You can really, sometimes it clicks with a rider. You just know from when you first meet them or when you first hear them on the radio, they're always thinking. It's not just about riding your bike as fast as you possibly can. There's so much more that goes on. So it's trying to just make sure and encourage them to talk to each other, because if you're a team and you're having a good conversation, have a discussion, and then you might end up finding out someone else's opinion or way of thinking is better than yours and easier, so you then save that energy.
But it's when riders also riders come into the sport at different stages of their lives, and we get it more with the women's pro peloton than we perhaps do with the men. Is the crossover between other sports. You know, we get a lot of rowers and speed skaters, you know, coming into the women's pro peloton, but you know, riders develop at different speeds and have different experiences, don't they? And some riders who might be incredible juniors spend most of their junior years off the front of the bunch because they might have that ability to just ride away. So when they then step up to under 23 and pro, they can potentially not be that as comfortable within the peloton as you would expect them to be because they've been so successful as a junior. And it is sometimes, if anyone's watching and you'd think, well, why do you need to teach a professional rider? Why do you need to be teaching a professional athlete all the time? But you never stop learning, do you, as an athlete and as a rider? And I always loved as a DS working with young riders where you would say, you know, you would have that young rider who said, right, you have to be, that's who you need to be with. This is our protected rider today. And as a sprinter as well, as a youngster coming through, you may not have ever had a lead out. You may, because it can sometimes be chaos and mayhem coming into the finish of a junior or a U23 race, and you've never had to tell your team where you need to be, how you want to be led out, how you want to approach a final corner. So I suppose when you're listening to that on the radio and you're like, okay, where are you? You know, if you're looking for your sprinter and you want to keep your sprinter up the front, you want to keep him out of the wind, and it's sort of, okay, where are you in the bunch? And that's what we've touched on, is riding together as a unit, because then you know where each other are. You know if someone's had an issue, I suppose, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, with the wind, it's it may not be that high today, but if you can save that little bit of extra energy in places, it's so key for a sprinter. They want to arrive at a finish as fresh as possible. So if one rider's just sat, could be like a wheel wider than they would normally ride at, and that gives so much shelter to the rider behind. And it's interesting. Riders pick it up, and of course they come in, like you were saying, at different times of their development. Of course, very common in the women's pro peloton, coming from different sports. But it's coming the same way in the men's. One of the riders off the top of my head, thinking of Jason Osborne, rower, Olympic medalist as well in rowing for Germany. He's now part of that Alpecin-Deceuninck team, and he was recently a key part of the Vuelta a España. One of the riders, like we have with Tudor and Astana at the front, able to ride on the peloton for such a long time, control breakaways and bring them back. But it is a constant learning, and that you have to almost in a way just keep reminding and keep developing and moving forward. If you're not moving forward, you actually are going backwards. Same as fighting for position in a bunch.
And I suppose riders like Jason, I mean, Simon Pello that's been on the front for today, they're potentially within cycling some of the most underrated riders when you're watching, because we're perhaps as commentators and fans, and when we look at it, we're very victory driven. Oh, they've won this many races in their career, they've won this, they've won that, and it's not always when you look at a rider like Jason Osborne, if he comes in as a pro, and riders like Pelo, it's having those riders, as Marcel Kittel used to call them, the break killers, because he knew that if for him to be able to sprint at the end, he needed riders that can sit on the front for 100k, 150k to control this breakaway, to keep it within the right distance, so that when the next part of the lead out takes over, they make his job really easily. 250 meters to go, drop him off, wins the stage, drops the mic, job done. And that shows as a team, when you're selecting your team and looking for riders, are they riders that you're kind of looking for sometimes, that okay, they can sit there for all day,
especially at World Tour and Pro Continental level. They're the riders key to the team. And it's great now with, like, we have live coverage from flag to flag, we can actually see the riders that are doing the work. But a couple of years ago, you join the coverage later on, and and those riders have already done their work. They're not even being mentioned because they're not in sight on your television screens. But now with that live coverage from a lot of races, which is really good, and you get to see how a breakaway's formed at the beginning of the race, and then what team then takes over. It's always interesting. It was interesting today. Who's going to be the first riders? Who's going to be the team to really represent themselves at the front? And it was Tudor and Astana. But then behind that, Caja Royale, they've been sat there all in formation. But from the pictures we've received and the best memory I've got, I haven't seen a rider take a turn at the front yet. So they might be in a very good position, but they're not actually willing to ride on the front and control this breakaway.
There'll come a point soon though, won't there? And it does when Astana and when Tudor will look back and give them a little nod and be like, come on lads, you need to contribute here.
At this point it's okay. Obviously the team like Astana and Tudor Pro Cycling are able to sit a bit further back, a little bit more protection out of the wind. But when you get closer and closer to the finish line, you want your riders more and more to the front for safety wise, obviously potential of crashes, and of course the fight for position. So it won't be long. If I was Astana or Tudor Pro Cycling, I'd be making sure I was behind my riders doing their turns, get Caja Royale out of the way, move your sprinter up, make sure he's protected and safe.
We were trying to work out who Astana are potentially working for today, but we do have a former stage winner here. You think might be the rider that they're giving the nod to?
Yeah, it was actually last year's picked up stage victory, and that was Gleb Syriza. Going through that squad, it was quite a difficult one to try and figure out who their top sprinter was. Come here more with that GC in mind, but off our point of view, I think it would be Syriza who would be their man to sprint.
Yeah, 23 years old, Gleb Syriza. 2 wins in his professional career. Another rider that does sort of come from a bit of a track background as well. He's won Circuit del Porto within his career. And Astana, they had Andrea Guardini, who they used to work for a lot within these stage races, within the Tour de Langkawi, within his career. So we'll see if Syriza gets the opportunity. We are inside 100 kilometers to go today here on stage 1 of Le Tour de Langkawi. Thank you for your company here. If you're enjoying our live coverage, thanks for joining us. It's great to have you on board. 187.4 kilometers is today's stage from Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu, with its 3 intermediate sprints, 2 Cat 4 climbs along the route. And if you are just tuning in, just to let you know who you have in your breakaway group, you have Sarawat Suranachai. They're in the light blue, dark blue colours of the Thailand continental team. You have Texbear Batsakan there, who's just through to the front in the dark blue jersey with the white shoulders, from the Rujai Online Insurance team. Wearing number 103 on the front, wearing his national champions jersey of our home country here in Malaysia, Aiman Zarif. And then wearing 216 from the Malaysian national team, just dropping back down the group here, is Zawawi Azman. Good breakaway group. 2 minutes and 10 is the gap. Simon Pello of Tudor Pro Cycling is back on the front. He has been working well and controlling this breakaway for quite a while. He stopped for a natural break and to get back in, and the gap came down considerably, and that shows as well, John, what we were talking about in terms of the experience of Pello, just not having the gas too much open, just keeping it there. And there's so much calculation, isn't there, as a rider? It's such a skill to be able to look at your head unit, you're getting time checks, and you're working out sort of quite quickly, okay, we need to ride at this pace. This is what I need to do in order to maintain that advantage.
Yeah, you can use your head unit, but you do just have to feel the road. One of the best riders who can control it, or if they're able to figure out where they're going to go a lot faster than the breakaway, the peloton, even if you are riding on the front, you have that advantage of being in a big group. You do get pushed along with riders behind you. So if you think, oh, okay, this is going to be a tough part, almost like a false flat, where the speed in the breakaway is going to be reduced. And if you know that, you can then push on the pedals on the front of the peloton, and you can bring a gap down a lot quicker. It's similar on a descent in some ways as well. If that peloton is moving fast, you can really close a breakaway down. But almost on a climb, you almost want to back off. You need to then, you're always thinking of your weakest rider in the team, kind of you would be thinking of that in a team time trial, but it goes the same way if you have a sprinter. If you hit the king of the mountain to start riding at 300 plus watts and you're 10 kilos lighter than your sprinter, they have to do 30, 40 watts higher than you. That takes more out of their legs, and then they're fatigued for the sprint. So you have to think of, even though you're riding on the front, you're controlling the breakaway, so you're thinking about where you need to do that, but then you're also thinking about your teammates and your chosen sprinter for the day. You need to make it as easy for them, even though it makes it easier for others, but you only care, you're the one on the front, you look after the breakaway, you look after your teammates behind you. There's a lot going on.
And is there always, if you're a sprinter and someone on the front is setting the pace, it's just slightly hot, there's that kind of whoa, 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 easy tiger that will come across the radio from the sprinters behind.
Straight away, knock it off a bit, knock it off. Just go up the block. It's a little bit easier. And sometimes when you're in that tempo, you're in that rhythm riding on the front, it's easy. It's a natural thing just to carry on pressing on the front.
And you'll hear on the radio as well, won't you? Like, the riders will be like, hey, piano.
Wait.
Yeah, too much.
Yeah, especially the Italians. They'd be saying piano, but there would be a few little words, other Italian words to go with that.
Yeah, as a pro rider, you tend to learn the fruity bits of every language that with all your teammates when you're in fruity being the operative word from the day out.
I don't know what it is. It must be the way people say it. It's easy to pick it up. Same as kids. If you say a swear word in front of kids, they only repeat the word you didn't want them to repeat.
Yeah, and then you'll never ever get them to stop saying it. Great to see everyone out and enjoying the race as it goes through. It's it's a big deal here in Malaysia. Is La Tour de Langkawi. Caja Rural have got their musettes. Just getting a spot of lunch. And this is a skill in itself, and this is what us soigneurs and what they do. It always amazed me when we would get to Asia races, and I've been to Tour de Langkawi, and you've been as a DS Tour of Taiwan, all over Tour of Qinghai Lake, and all over the world, is how the Swannies locate everything that they need, because you can only travel with so much, can't you? The logistics behind getting to somewhere like this to race is something else.
Yeah, you have in Europe, take it for granted sometimes. Actually, you have so much stuff either in your camper van, on your vans, in your buses, in your trucks. You can just have so much stuff that it makes it really easy. But when you do go away and you head to Asia, everyone who flies out, just piling everything in bike bags. Real bit of a logistic nightmare in some ways. But if you can sit down and plan what you actually need, and once you've done it a couple of times, that experience then makes a massive difference. And of course, the first time you go away, everyone seems to bring way too much stuff. But like we talked with the soigneurs, you're trying to work out product-wise, estimate what you actually need to take, because obviously the more you bring, the heavier it is and the more it costs. And there is always that moment every race, Asian race I've done, probably like day 3, day 4, when you're halfway through and you think, oh, we haven't got enough stuff to last until the end. But then by day 8, it normally works out. So you have to take your hats off to the Swan Years and all the staff in all the teams. But they've got a good skill, I have to be honest. Those Swan Years, they find good supermarkets, and that's all they do. If you go to the start of a race, all the Swan Years and the Swan Years mainly. Oh, did you go to that supermarket? Oh no, that one's good. This one's got they've got. And when you listen to it as a director sportif, you just kind of laugh at them because they know where to find the good stuff anyway.
They all travel with their rice cookers as well.
Yeah,
the
rice
Swannies in different parts of the world. Graham Jones, our race director in the car. Someone who's been here on Tour de Langkawi many times is Graham Jones. Fantastic rider in his career was Graham Jones. So good to see and having his experience here out on the routes. You can see you need that many radios when you're the race director as well. It shows how important you are by how many radios that you have in the car.
Yeah, there's 3 that we can see. It's probably a few more below that as well. So much going on.
And that was always one of the coming to this race over the years, and that was always one thing that was always the riders always take away in terms of like the bubble within the race, which is always so important. And you can see the experience, and you see it from the police that we have on this race. And the Tour de Langkawi is always very famous for the hose pipes at the end of really hot days, and you have the fire service that come out, and they have their very famous orange sort of almost the orange camouflage kind of tiger look to them, and they have the riders on really hot days in Malaysia. The hose pipes are always super welcome at the end of a day. We are heading towards next. We're getting into the point where we will have our next objective of the day, which is our first counting climb towards our King of the Mountains. So we know that the breakaway are going to fight it out for this one. There's not going to be any rolling through of the King of the Mountains point, because for all of our teams in the breakaway group, getting a moment on the podium each day. And here we go, we're right up towards it now. We're on that climb. So the sprint has started here, and it is the national champion of Malaysia that takes maximum points over the top of the climb, and wouldn't expect anything less from the national champion. So Zarif takes maximum points. So he will look to try and take the second points. So Ayman Zarif takes back points, and we'll get confirmation of where everyone else finished. It did look like Sarawat Suryonachai taking second. They have broken up the breakaway a little bit. Azman of the Malaysian national team just trying to get back in here, just roll in that gear.
So that was a 4th category climb. So for the win there, it was 2 points and 1 point for second. See, as we get further into the race, the harder climbs, you will score a lot more points. But still, 2 points in that classification for Zarif. And straight through. That Batiscan, the Mongolian, he was distance in that sprint. Almost sending a message there. Straight over the top, didn't wait for that breakaway to come back together.
That was an Abbott, it was like Abbott.
It was a bit.
That's when you get back in it, you're out having a game of football and you just kick the ball over the fence. You're like, there you go. And he's gone. He's looking, if you're going to distance me on the climb, I'm going to come straight past. I'm going to go off on my own. 2 minutes and 10 is the gap. We'll see if our breakaway group make friends again and come back together here on this. But the man from Mongolia has gone on the attack. Texbayer Batsakan from the Rujai online insurance team has a glance back over the shoulder.
It's a move we kind of laugh about, let's be honest, because there's no real need to do this. He needs to just get back together with the group of 4. You were distance on the climb in the sprint. Kind of, it is what it is. They were fighting for King of the Mountain points. They didn't attack you to drop you. But to be going now, the gap is only 2 minutes 10. It's going to be a long day out. Still 91 kilometers to go. You're not going to be able to solo away to the win.
He's really out. He's definitely having a go, because the best thing there in that situation, isn't it, is to just roll onto the back, have a feed, recover, and because this breakaway, it's going to be a tall order to go all the way to the finish, but potentially they could take this one till about 10k to go.
100%. You never know what can happen. So 4 is better than 1. There's no doubt about that. He didn't need to go over the top like he did. They were, in a way, they were waiting for him. They weren't that keen. Those 2 riders we saw who fought it out and picked up first and second, they could have carried on. They opened up a gap in that sprint. So it's a bit of a strange one, to be honest. You need to work together now. Almost, you're a team, even though you're all separate riders from separate teams. You have to work together, look after each other as best you can, if you want a chance to go away and fight for victory at the end.
I'm sure a trio of breakaway riders will be looking to get things back together. Astana and Tudor Pro Cycling have been the 2 teams that have been working on the front for the most part today. Simon Pello just having a chat as he comes through. A little bit of a word from the Corratec Selle Italia riders just behind. Batsakan alone at the front. We've got our next King of the Mountains with 74.1 kilometers to go in today's stage at Sakayu. Stretching it out. Astana with 90k to go. We'll give you a confirmation of our King of the Mountains as soon as we have it. But it did look like Zarif of Terengganu Polygon was the rider that took those maximum points. If you're looking to, he needs 2 or 1 on the next climb to assure himself of pulling on that King of the Mountains jersey at the end of today's stage. Pengai Deng of the Giant Cycling team here, just dropping to the back from China, wearing 201. Just having a quick word with the commissaire, just to let them know what he's looking for. Because there's team car order as well. Their team car can be quite far back in this one.
Yeah, so you put your hand up, then the commissaire or radio tour, then call your team car up. And then you have to stay behind the commissaire car. The commissaire car, which is that black car on the left-hand side of your screen there, is lead commissaire most of the time behind the peloton. They stay first car behind the peloton, then your team car then goes behind the commissaire car, and you can drop back and get bottles from that point.
That's normally you get told off from as well as a sport director if you've done something wrong.
Yeah, as soon as if you go up and then you see the hand come out the window to wave you up for a chat, you go through your mind then, what have I done? Well, what's one of your riders done?
Yeah.
But sometimes now, of course, it's becoming a lot more greener sport, and a lot of the riders sometimes come back and give clothing back to the commissaire or any rubbish when they're not in the green zones. So sometimes you do get that wave up and you think, oh no, what am I going to get in trouble for? And all it is a pair of arm warmers or a bottle that the commissaire has taken off one of your riders.
That's as what we were talking about logistics, and bottles is one thing as a team when you're a European-based team, because you'll take a big cooler, won't you, to the race, and you'll only have so many bottles throughout the race. So the riders, you're there, aren't you? Don't throw your bottles. Bring all your bottles back, because the Swanee will be there at night, washing all the water bottles, and the bath's probably full of water bottles that they have to clean and wash out each day.
Yeah, it's different, obviously, when you're in Europe. Those teams, the bottles. The team has so many bottles, and that's why they're able to throw them to fans at the side of the road. And it's a great souvenir for so many fans. Like, you have a printed up bottle with your favourite team, and as a kid, when you get a bottle, you hope that it's one of your favourite riders who had it. But when you come all the way over here, you normally empty all your bottles into your bike bag. They fill those voids or the holes in a bike bag in between the frames quite well. So it's surprising. You can get quite a few bottles over if you pack it right. But yeah, of course you have to save them, and sometimes it's reminding them constantly. Can you bring your bottles back? Or when you're going back to the car, bring them all empties back with you, chuck them in the car, and then get your fresh ones from us.
And there is sometimes within teams that you have that thing where you go to a stage race in a certain part of the world, and it's don't have gels too early on in the stage. Have some food. Eat a rice cake. Have a sandwich. Don't ride on gels every day, because we've only got so many gels to last us throughout, because there's a great black market on these tours as well. But okay, we'll swap your jersey for a box of gels at the end of the week if you are getting
yeah, it is. It's quite a common conversation, that, because trying to save all your gels, and it's crazy now that everyone's going towards that a lot more gel based. Before, you'd say gels in the final hour and you'd have normal food, solid food. You can see the riders. We talked about rice cookers coming across, rice cakes. A brilliant way of getting all the carbs you need. I always enjoyed having a bit of proper food as well, even 3 or 4 days into a stage race, just something solid, even like a little panini, especially in a big long stage race. In those musettes, you can get a good sandwich in there. And even on a day when the race is under control, everything's settled down, good bit of solid food. Good for the morale as well. You're not just having gels all the time. Something tasty.
It always made me. It was always really interesting, and you could have a good chuckle as riders from when you would get together in a team, and you have riders from all over the world and different parts of the world who all kind of come together, and they come down for brekkie, and you have your breakfast box as a team, and you might have your standard muesli and all that kind of stuff that's normally in there, and then you'd get into it, and there would be riders that would. What's the riders that used to ham and jam? Was one that I think it was some of the Scandinavian riders that used to have, because there's always like that lingonberry jam that you have in a sandwich there. But that was always an interesting one, like a ham and jam sandwich and things. And I think that's what riders always bring to a team. We're having a good old discussion at the front.
They're having a good chat. It seems like they're almost giving highlights of what's happened in that breakaway. I think he was just saying. And now there's one rider solo. He went straight over the top. And of course, the riders in the peloton, and those two especially on the front, will be so happy to hear that, because that makes their job a lot easier when the breakaway isn't working like they should be. One rider solo. Now 3 chasing behind that. Brings the speed down at the front of that breakaway.
Our lone leader, 87 kilometers to go, takes by Batsakan. Coming over the top of our breakaway group and going solo at the front. We haven't seen the rest of our break for a while. Getting plenty of encouragement, as you would expect, from the fans along the side of the road. Just to confirm, our King of the Mountains, maximum points going to Ayman Zarif of the Terengganu Polygon team, and in second place Sarawat Suryanachai of the Thailand Continental team. Our second climb of the day with 74.1 kilometers to go will be the next point. 48 seconds now is the gap from our leader, 135 to the peloton. So this has changed the dynamic of today's stage considerably. If you weren't with us at the beginning of the day, we're line to line here in LANGKAWI. It took a long time for the breakaway to become established. Great crowds. Look at the crowds out along the routes for the riders passing through. That breakaway of 4, Sarawat Suryanachai of the Thailand Continental team, was the rider that went after Pablo Castillo of the Equipo Confirma. Looked like a mechanical for Castillo. Texbayer, Batsakan, Ayman Zarif and Zawawi Azman making it up to that breakaway group, and then on our King of the Mountains point with Zarif and Suryanachai sprinting out for the points at the top. Batsakan coming over the top, taking an absolute flyer on the descent, and has now put 48 seconds into his breakaway companions, which is a shame because this breakaway of 4 did look like it could go very far into today's opening stage of LANGKAWI. And if this is brought back, if this gap comes back too close, will it then open up another flurry of attacks in the second half of today's opening stage? So it could change things considerably. Texbayer, Batsakan, 25 years old, from Mongolia. So an interesting move that he has made here in this one today. Back to our chasers. So they want to make sure that they stay clear for the next King of the Mountains point for our national champion of Malaysia that's just flicked his elbow, swung off the front. Ayman Zarif, the national champion, took that ahead of Ayman Rosli, Ayman Rosli and Erwandi Lakasek. And the prestige around wearing this this jersey in your home tour can't be underestimated. Zawawi Azman, 29 years old, from the Malaysian national team. Had a fairly quiet year internationally. Rode the Tour of Cambodia early on in the season. Rode the Tour of Taiwan back in March, but probably has spent most of the season racing domestically here in Malaysia. That Tour of Taiwan this year taken by Nicholas White of Team Bridgelane ahead of Ryan Kavanagh of the St George Continental team and Marcus Cooley of Team Sapura. The peloton just going through past our big crowd that we have out along the routes. Carlos Canal Blanco not far from the front. This is Davide Gaburo rider that we have seen. He's clearly on working duties today, Gaburo. We've seen him up and back multiple times with a jersey full of bottles. Hannes Wilsk of the Tudor Pro Cycling team. And just hand in the air here, heading back to the team car is Perikles Ilias of the Leaning Star team. 37 years old, from Greece. This is a good example of a rider that we, as we were saying earlier on in chat and discussion in commentary, was riders that had hit from European soil and over to the Asia Tour. And he's a rider that, as he goes back to his team car, he's had a fairly successful season for that team as Perikles Ilias, 37-year-old Greek rider. Roman Rosli just moving up. We're seeing a bit of rain on the lens of the camera. It was forecast today. So for the first time today, we're seeing a bit of rain. So there was some thunderstorms advertised. So we'll see just how heavy it has been. If you've never spent any time in this part of the world. And he's up to the front, a little bit of rain now for our leader. But some of the rain showers, it can be a bit like having an Olympic-sized swimming pool dropped on your head sometimes in terms of a quick shower here in this part of the world, and have a quick thunderstorm, and then it can clear immediately. So we'll see what difference this makes. 48 seconds from our leader, but he's made life difficult for himself today in terms of deciding to go clear on his own and try and take this one as far as he can. Sense would have said, or experience would have said, that it would be better to stay with his breakaway companions, but not to be today. Deciding that it is time to go it alone. And if you weren't with us earlier on, he's had a really good mix of races this year as the Mongolian rider. Kicked things off in Thailand with the Pichit time trial and road race. Took second in the time trial there, the Royal Cup in Thailand. Then headed to the Tour of Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. Tour of Phuket, so it was back to Thailand for Tour of Phuket. Took the opening stage in that race to set things up nicely for the overall victory. Took second on the subsequent 2 days of that race. So he has been, when he hits form, he seems to be quite dominant in some of the races that he does ride. He did the same in the Tour of Thailand. After that Tour of Phuket, staying in Thailand, took the opening day in that, won that alone. So he's not unused to a solo break, but this would be a tall order to hold off a peloton being led by Astana and the Tudor Pro Cycling team, because he held on in the Tour of Thailand to take the race. Overall, headed to China, took the second stage of that one and managed to hold on to take the points jersey. A few more wins. Looked like they did a little bit of a block over there in China. They did head to Uzbekistan, another couple of podiums. Just missed out on that Mongolian National Road Race Championship back in June, and then fairly quiet between there and August, and then over to Tour of Iran and then Tour of Tayu Lake. So he comes into this, had a quite heavily weighted early part of the season, so clearly he has come into this with some good form, as Texbaye Batsaikan. 27 kilometres to go. We haven't had a time gap for a while to our breakaway group. You can see beautiful lush countryside that the riders are racing through today. So some great shots of the hills and the mountains in the distance. Team managers on the radios and things behind. This is our commissaire president. 2 radios, so you can. His dashboard not quite as busy as Graham Jones.
No, not as busy. Obviously, Graham Jones had 3, so that's how important you are. If you have 3 radios, you're the most important. Second, 2 radios. And then, of course, all the DSs, then they only have 1 radio. Well, maybe they have 2 actually, because they have a team radio to go to their riders. You can see the dashboard full of information, notes, and then, of course, those radios to keep the race moving, keep the race up to date with everything that's going on.
Our chasers. I think it's a shame that Bachakan decided to go solo. There is this danger now, isn't there, that if this chasing group come back and he's sitting at 48 seconds, if anyone wasn't with us at the beginning of today's stage, which was absolutely bonkers in terms of trying to get a break established, because this break of 4, given the makeup of it and given the way they've been riding, could have gone really, really deep into this stage today.
They looked really good, that group of 4. It took a long time for the breakaway to be established. There was a lot of moves, but finally this combination, those 4 were allowed to get away. They all started working well together, shared that workload. But it was after that first King of the Mountains, 91.5 kilometers to go. It was Zarif, the Malaysian road race champion, who took maximum points at the top. But as they waited, Bachakan, Mongolian, don't know whether he didn't like that he got dropped in the sprint, and he thought, I'm just going to go straight over the top. And even though now I'm not sure if he'll be, well, actually I'm pretty sure he'd be regretting what he's doing. He's put himself in a lot of difficulty, and it made it a lot harder for himself, and made it a lot easier for that peloton to control all these riders. This is the 3 chasers, and you can see the way they're riding. They're looking over their shoulders to see if they can see the peloton. Got this little slight drag, few attacks, and they are now slowly going to be becoming 2 riders. They're going to have to try and stay away, especially Zarif, who took maximum points of that first King of the Mountains. He wants to stay away at least to score 1 point. There's 1 point still on offer on the next King of the Mountains. That comes with 74.1 kilometers to go. It's only a category 4 climb, so 2 points for the win, 1 point for second place. So Zarif can hold off this peloton. He could be putting on that King of the Mountains jersey to replace that Malaysian national champs jersey at the end of today, but he needs to make sure they don't get caught by the peloton, because this is the clip we just saw where they were attacking each other. We haven't had any time gaps recently, but that is probably looking around 20 to 25 seconds to those chasing riders. But you can see the speed really comes off. The peloton really aren't in any difficulty now. It's only one rider they need to bring back, so they're able to ride the climbs at a steady pace, a controlled pace, and that's exactly what they're doing. Team staff at the side of the road. See, when you look on Velo Viewer or Google Maps, you can see the gradients of the road. This is a perfect place to take some bottles from the side of the road. Also a good place to pop back to the car when you need to. A few little showers about today. As you can see, so isolated though, it just seems to absolutely empty on you, and then a couple seconds later you're back to it being dry. And our first little time check at the top of the screen there, 2 minutes 15 now. We're getting word to the chasing 3 riders, and I expect the peloton probably only be about 2 minutes 40 down on that lead rider now. He's got the stopwatch going. Graham Jones, race director. He timed it as 2 minutes 51 on his phone there, which is about right. To the peloton from the breakaway. That gap has gone out. We never really saw it go over 2 minutes from the beginning of today. But now one rider on their own, so easy to actually bring back when they need to. I think that's why the peloton have allowed that breakaway now, a bigger leash, a bigger gap. But as we get closer and closer to the finish now, look, we've got that time check, 3 minutes 20 to that lead rider, 3 minutes to the chasers behind him. Huge gap, biggest gap we've seen all day. We are looking towards a sprint stage today, and it's still pointing that way. Pretty simple running, nothing too technical. The final right hand corner, that comes with 1.4 kilometers to go, but it's pretty wide. 2 lanes wide into a 90-degree right, which is nothing too strenuous for all the riders, nothing to worry about. And from that point, for the final 1 kilometer, it's simply quite a straight road, but bearing to the left in the final run-in. For the 400 meters, it's only a sweeping left, but over a long time. Obviously, you'd think about what side of the road you need to be on. Shortest way, of course, is on the left-hand side. So if you can hold your position in a lead out on the inside or the left-hand side of the road, that then gives your riders behind you the shortest route and the fastest route to the finish. Forecast there is a bit of a slight headwind, only 3 kilometers an hour though. It's nothing that should affect it too much, but it does play a bit of an effect. If someone goes really early and you can follow that wheel and then jump off that sprinter who's opened up, you're in the wheel, you're in the protection for a longer time. It shouldn't be too difficult. Simple and fast running, what should be a grandstand finish and a brilliant sprint.
There's always that danger, and Terengganu, the run-ins of Terengganu, one of those finishes where there is, on those really long straight finishes, isn't there? There's that potential to go too early.
You can see it. So you can see the finish for a long way ahead, and sometimes that shortens your view. You think you're a lot closer. There is the markings at the side of the road, of course, you have markings from 500 metres to go, 300, and pretty much every 25 metres until the finish line from that point. But still, it's easy to get caught out and just launch your move earlier than you needed to. And there's no turning back. As soon as you make a big move, there's no way you can then sit up and wait for your riders. So it's all a question of timing for the sprinters. Of course, when your teammates have ridden on the front for so long, all day for your hopes, there's a lot of pressure on it.
And there's almost the way this breakaway has unfolded, and the way this stage has unfolded. There's almost, even if there was for our lone leader, takes by a Batikam, if he was just coming past the break and going past at Mach 10 in order to kind of almost as a way of showing his consternation at getting dropped on the sprint to the top. Once you've gone, and once you've got 20-30 seconds, there's no going back then, is there? Because you can't then just sit up and be like, oh, sorry, I was only joking, because you're fully invested in it, and that was the unfortunate thing.
Yeah, and he's gone, and that's it now. He's committed. He's on his own. He'll pick up very likely pick up the King of the Mountain points, maximum points there, but to then hold on and try and win the stage from this point, he's going to have to do a big effort, and it'll take a lot out of him. This is, remember, day one of an 8-day stage race at Tour de Langkawi, so he needs to, hopefully he's measuring his effort as best he can, but there's no measuring it when you're on your own.
It looks like he's proper all in.
Yeah.
He's not holding back at all. He's fully invested. And as you said, there is a long way to go in this race.
Yeah, not just today either. There's a long way to go. All those stages to come, and it might come back to bite him in 2 or 3 days' time.
And the lads here doing the right thing. They know they're going to get caught, sit up, have a feed, and drift back to the group. They're just sat just off the back of the bunch actually, because they're saying they're our chasers. They're just not sat off the back of the bunch in this group.
Yeah, because it's a different makeup of what the riders were. I'm not sure whereabouts they are on the road.
Yeah. So just dropping back to the group. Is this your own Myers? And here's with, we've got Polychronis Sorzakis, who's been away a little bit earlier on today.
Maybe these three made a little counter-attacking move. Maybe when the bunches kind of slowed down, they got wind of there only being one rider up the road. They're now sat up as well, waiting for the peloton to come back to them. Maybe those time gaps we've been having, they're not completely right. We don't know how far Batskin might be in front of the chasing 3 riders. So again, this big effort that he's made.
So Texbayer Batkan, just getting an update there from the commissaire. That chasing group that we saw are a group that just had clipped off the front of the bunch. They're similar teams to those teams that were represented in our breakaway group for most of the stage today, but it looks like they had clipped off the front, so we were getting a time check on them. Did look like the moto commissaire there was just giving an update of around that 40 odd seconds. We'll see if we'll get an idea if we see them at some point. This is Nopachai Klahan of Thailand, just dropping back towards the peloton. 3 minutes is the time gap with 71 kilometers of the stage to go. But our solo leader is fully invested in this one to try and stay clear. Doesn't want to let those breakaway companions come back up to him. Can you imagine if they do? They may start jumping around if they do. So we have had an update on climb 2 with 74.1 kilometers to go. That Texbayer Batsakan took the 2 points behind him. We didn't get to see it. There isn't a moto with that chasing group. As Ayman Zarif of Terengganu Polygon taking 2. That means that Zarif will pull on the King of the Mountains jersey at the end of today's stage with 3 points in total in that classification, but early days. Next up for the riders will be the sprint with 45.4 kilometers to go, and then the final intermediate sprint of the day is with 21 kilometers to go. Can't tuck down here. We're just getting some updates out on the course. 66 kilometers to go. He is holding 3 minutes on the peloton. Where are those chasers behind? We know they're still out there. We're out there somewhere. We're looking for some time gaps. Back to that chasing group, the other 3 riders that were with Batsakan for most of the day. There's Michael Zeeland, just on the back there, on the left, wearing number 36.
Constant updates from the motorbike commissaire. This is good. The blackboard or whiteboard is always shown either to the front of the peloton or the breakaway. Sometimes the best point is just to have a conversation with the commissaire. He comes over, updates you, keeps you updated, keeps you informed of what's going on. Still 3 riders Batsakan attacked still are chasing him. He's made a big move on his own. Surely this has taken a lot out of him. did pick up maximum points in our second King of the Mountains point of today.
That sets him up well for days to come, though, taking victory in one, even if it's a cap 4.
Potentially, yeah. It means he can settle in. Maybe he is going for that King of the Mountains jersey as the days go on. Maybe that's why he did go straight over the top as well. Maybe he got caught out by that sprint, almost a bit annoyed at himself that he wasn't aware when he needed to be, and he wasn't willing to wait around. But I'm sure 3 riders working together shouldn't have a problem bringing him back. So it shows the effort that Batsakan's been able to put out. He's held off 3 riders chasing, working together. But what cost does that mean? Has he put too much in too soon? Still 64 kilometers left of racing.
It's still a long way to go, isn't there, if you're alone in this one? I mean, when you are alone at this point, and with this far to go, we must go 3 ahead.
Plenty of things, probably thinking, what am I doing? But he has settled into his rhythm. You just have to ride within yourself, ride with your watts, with your head unit, figure out what you know what you can do and know what you can hold. So you just have to sit in that zone, more like zone 3 sweet spot, which is an aerobic based effort. You don't want to go into any anaerobic energy system. So the easiest way is just to be sat uncomfortable pace, but breathing, to describe it in one way. Settle in, just hold your speed where you can as well. It's not just about watts or your power and your heart rate. It's all about the speed you can hold. If you can hold a good high speed for a good amount of time, especially being aerodynamic, fast as possible, and of course then you think about your cadence as well. You don't want to be bogged down, you don't want to be over geared and pushing on the pedals. You want to keep spinning, hopefully 90 RPM or higher. That's like that key. Nice little pedaling style. You can see how far he is down the block on that rear cassette there. Very big gear, out the saddle, stretching his legs.
Muka surat pertama dibuka. Sedar atau tidak, 2023 usianya telah memasuki 27 tahun. 27 tahun, cerita LPL muka surat tetap ada pasang surut.
Stage 1 of Latour Langkawi. To Kuala Terengganu today. We're seeing some images of the team presentation.
To now, but for the first time, you start in Terengganu. Is it good? Do you feel the pressure?
Yeah, little bit feel pressure because it's my country and my home. Yeah, I try my best for today because of course I want to try to do breakaway today. So not for KOM only, also for the stage also I want to try today.
You just had 2 wins or 3 wins at Tour of Tayu Lake in China. Does it mean your form is excellent?
Yeah, the form's good. Good for sprinting, so we're looking to get a result here. So yeah.
Have you identified your rivals for a bunch sprint?
There's a lot of guys, so I'm looking at a lot of guys today. So yeah.
Personally, is this race part of the process of your big comeback?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, this is going to be my longest stage race this year, and it's going to be interesting to see how I'm getting along after 5, 6, 7 days. You know, so it's going to be really interesting to see.
This is what the riders will be tackling today here on stage 1. 187.4 kilometers from Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu. We're heading up the east coast of Malaysia, and the route, the heat is back, as they say in this race. Sprint 1 taking the riders at Dungan with 151.2 kilometers to go from Jalango, with 91.5 to go. Then 2 category 4 climbs at Jalangau and Sakau, coming with 91.5 and 74.1 to go respectively. 2 more intermediate sprints with 45.4 and 21 kilometers to go. This is the rollout that the riders for stage 1, 187.4 kilometers here on the 27th edition of Latour de Langkawi. 8 stages in total, 1,278.1 kilometers, and taking in the famous climb of the Genting Highlands. It has been a frantic start to the day, would be the understatement of the year. Pablo Castrillo of Spain, of the Equipo Kern Pharma, was a rider that was the first really to get anything established. There had been a real flurry of attacks throughout the opening part of the day. It was Sarawat Suryanachai of the Thailand Continental team who came up and over the top of Pablo Castrillo into the first intermediate sprint of the day at Dungan. He took the 3 bonus seconds, with Castrillo taking second and Ayman Zarif taking third and taking 1 second. We had the establishment of a breakaway group straight after our intermediate sprint. So Sarawat Suryanachai was joined by Texbaya Batsakan of the Rujai online insurance team, Ayman Zarif of Terengganu Polygon, the national champion of Malaysia, with Zawawi Ashman of the Malaysian national team. Up to the first KOM of the day, Zarif taking maximum points ahead of Suryanachai, but straight after that it was the man from Mongolia, Texbaya Batsakan, who came over the top and took an absolute flyer and went clear. Where we are in Malaysia today, nestled on the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, Terengganu, captivating destination that offers a unique tapestry of experiences. Known for its pristine beaches, Terengganu's coastline stretches for miles. It's definitely a point of the world that you want to come and visit. We are live, 58 kilometers to go. 3 minutes is the time gap between our leaders and our chaser. The lone leader, Texbaya Batsakan, did manage to take the second King of the Mountains of the day, taking 2 points there ahead of Zarif of the Terengganu Polygon team. That means that Zarif will start tomorrow in the King of the Mountains jersey. Thanks for your company, Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through the Le Tour de Langkawi, and it should be a day for the sprinters, and they've been controlling it beautifully throughout today's stage.
Yeah, couldn't have worked out any better. We saw Tudor Pro Cycling and Astana Kazakhstan team, they moved to the front. They put one rider each to control this breakaway, and we've done it really well. They kept it under control, didn't go above 2 minutes for a very long time. It only was recently when the attacks at the front happened, the gap has gone out, but still a controllable margin, 3 minutes, and it doesn't seem like it'll be a problem for the peloton. They'll get their sprint battle very soon.
With 56 kilometers to go, 3 minutes, a very manageable time gap. As we said, for anyone that's the attack by Texbaya Batchakan, it's almost a mistake in a way. He went clear with 91.5 kilometers to go, and our breakaway group, given the established, the teams that were within it and how well it was established, it was one of those breakaways that could have gone all the way to the finish potentially. We've seen breaks come into Terengganu in the past and be able to stay clear.
Yeah, it was a group of 4. They were working really well together as well, so it was a bit of a shame to see. But if Batsakan has taken maximum points to that second King of the Mountains, so maybe in days to come he could be fighting for that King of the Mountains jersey, and he's made the complete right decision. But we'll have to wait and see. Still plenty of more racing to come in this week.
We'll just bring you through some of the sprinters that you potentially are watching out for today. So running you through your teams that you've got in Le Tour de Langkawi this year. EF Education Easy Post are here. They've got a team that very much will be looking for the general classification, the likes of Simon Carr in there. Tom Scully might fancy his chances of a sprint today. They've also got Michael Valgren in the team. Maybe a little bit flat for Valgren today.
Overall, I think a little bit too flat, but on those harder, punchier days and days to come where it could be a group of 40 or 50 riders, someone like Valgren, on his return from a really bad injury, bad crash, it's great to see him back fighting. It'd be great to see him go for some victories. I'm sure that would be great for his confidence again. He's done really well to be where he is. But even Tom Scully, I think their main aim is the general classification this week. So Scully would be on team duty protecting those GC hopes.
We've also got Astana. They've been working throughout the day today of Astana, so Gleb Syriza we're feeling is going to be the rider from Astana that we would be watching out for today. Green Project Bardiani, CSF Faizan, Lorenzo Conforti, but Enrico Zanoncello is the Bardiani rider that we would think would be protected. They've been really notable by their absence from the front today, Bardiani.
They tried to cover the moves early on, didn't they? They tried to make sure they had a rider there in any big group. But obviously they can sit back today. On the first day, there's always about a process of feeling out who's going to take over the chase straight away. And it's a bit of a gamble sitting back. But if that breakaway is small enough and controllable, then of course sit back and save everything for the finish.
Tudor Pro Cycling have had Simon Pello on the front for most of the day since the breakaway finally managed to get established. Arvid Decline is their protected sprinter for the Tudor Pro Cycling team today, and the team clearly have a lot of faith in their sprinter. They've had it's been the two of them just between Tudor and Astana have been the two that have just been swapping off on the front.
But Decline on great form, picked up stage victory in the Deutschland Tour at the end of August. He did pick up second place at the Tour de Pelon World Tour race, and that was behind Tim Merlier, and beat Fernando Gaviria. That was a full bunch sprint there. So Tudor, in my mind, have the fastest against this sprinter, and that's why they're so keen to control and ride on the front. But with that, everyone will be looking at Decline. We've picked him out as the fastest, and I'm sure many other teams would have as well.
And that's the beauty of this race. Tour de Langkawi has always been, traditionally a race where riders that are emerging talent, and he's 29 now, is Arvid Klein. But this race has been one where a sprinter would make his name. Andrea Guardini is the most successful sprinter. Jakub Mareczko was always here and always winning stages. When Ryan Gibbons won the race overall, seeing him in the sprint showed what a versatile rider that he was, because it wasn't a flat edition of La Tour de Langkawi by any means when he won it. But that is why this race is so prestigious, because there are a lot of bunch sprints, and they're quite different bunch sprints as well, because a lot of the time we'll come into a finish of a big city here in Malaysia, and the roads are really wide as well, which does change the dynamic of a sprint considerably, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes the final kilometre or 2-3 kilometres so key, because a team can sit back and wait and then make one big move in the final 2K and come out of nowhere. You haven't seen them all day. They've kind of been able to hide. Of course, narrower roads mean you need to be in position earlier. With the wider roads, you don't have to be there. There's still space for you to move up. So that's why sometimes it's so hectic, that final kilometre, because there's so many more teams that can actually be fighting for victory.
And we do look sometimes, especially on European roads, where you might get 4 teams along the front, and that's tight.
Yeah.
And then here, it's one of those, because we do say a lot in commentary, don't we, that there's only so much road. But here, you can have there's a lot of road to play with.
There's plenty of road, and in some ways it makes it more nervous. Right at the end of the race, you look in Europe, you can see a corner. Everyone then knows they need to be there with 12 kilometres to go where it really narrows. So there is a big fight for that point. But actually, in races, the same as in Tour de Langkawi, the big fight is right at the finish line. So it means it is nervous. Sometimes there's, unfortunately, of course there is crashes. And with the roads being so wide, there's so many more teams who are willing to risk it and go for the win.
Some of your other sprinters and teams to watch out for. Bolton Equities Black Spoke are here. They were one of the most animated teams at the start of the stage today, with the likes of Luke Mudgeway and Matthew Bostock getting themselves into breaks. George Jackson is their protected sprinter. We will see how he goes in this one. He's sort of traditionally very good from a slightly smaller group. Human Powered Health, Adam de Vos has won the stage into Kuala Terengganu in the past. It's one of the biggest wins of his career. He was a man in the breakaway on a day where they managed to cheat the sprinters and hold on to the finish. Ben Perry, perhaps not. It's been a few years since Ben Perry would be their protected sprinter, but you never know. It's not outside the realms of reality. Corotec Sella Italia, they've got Attilio Viviani in the team. Does ride, you would say, sometimes in the shadow of his brother, but he is picking up results here and there, Viviani.
Yeah, he's always in a tough point, obviously being Elio Viviani's younger brother. You're always going to have to be in his shadow a little bit, but he is fast. He's already picked up stage in Asia as well, in Tor Qinghai Lake. That was in July. So the form is there, it's coming, and it'd be good to see what the younger Viviani brother could do.
And those stages in Qinghai Lake are fairly similar, I would say, to the sort of sprint stages that we have here in Malaysia. And he took his stage there ahead of Timothy Dupont and Enrico Zanoncello, who we've mentioned from the Green Project Bardiani. So it's, watch out watch out for Viviani, because it's always tough to ride in the shadow of a sibling. We've had many siblings throughout history of world cycling. The Caja Rural team, you can see them all in line, just sat behind Astana and Tudor Pro Cycling. Simon Pello is the man that's just been doing a sterling job of controlling this breakaway today. Daniel Babor is their sprinter. You can see him there, second from the last with the beard of his team. And they've got a couple of Czech riders in the team. Have Caja Rural.
Yeah, two fast men as well. Babor, probably the fastest man, definitely in that team. And they have Thomas Barter as well. It's good sometimes when you have two riders from the same nation. They can really communicate well together and understand the lead out and what needs to be done. So, two Czech riders. And for Babor on great form again. He is coming here on top of his game. He has a chance to really show what he's got, show the world and Tour de Langkawi. And it'll be an interesting time. We've got a good set of sprinters and a good battle coming up, which is always great to see. Of course, the race overall, it's going to be a strong climber who wins the general classification. So I'm glad to see we've got a mix of top-class sprinters as well.
We've got some great climbers in the race. One of them being that man there, number 52, Paul Double, from the south of England, from Winchester. He used to ride for my old club, BC Venta, Paul Double. And he's one rider, that Paul Double, who is going to the Eola Cometo team next year. But he's one rider that I would call, as a pro, he went through the school of hard knocks. He just took himself to Italy and just didn't come through the sort of the historical route of British cyclists. Just took himself down to Italy, found himself a team, turned pro. He rode for the MJ Kibis team, found a place within Hume-Pad Health, and now is heading to Eola Cometo next year. Great climber, Genting Highlands. He's going to absolutely love.
Yeah, he sure is. It's almost like he's had to put in double the amount of work as everyone else.
I like what you did there.
What did I do? No, but he's worked really hard. Joke aside, Paul Double, brilliant way, finding his way in Italy, and then he got picked up by Human Powered Health. Started off as a trainee there, a stagiaire, and then now off to next year, Eola Cometo. Suits that Italian team as well. He should find his feet really quickly next year there.
Our lone leader is Texbeyer Batsakan, the Mongolian rider for the Rujai Online Insurance team. He still has 2 minutes and 45 seconds. We haven't seen our chasers caught, so they are still out there somewhere, our chasing group. This is Yuri Natorov of Astana, Kazakhstan, who, along with Simon Pello, has been on the front for most of the day. Both of these riders have been doing an incredible job in defending and keeping the breakaway at bay today. Tudor Pro Cycling just bringing some more riders up towards the front. This is Hannes Vilsk. They're really here en masse now. Sebastian Tangisi of the Danish rider. And alongside him, Robin Fouadovo. And then there is their sprinter right on the back of the line there, Arvid Decline, wearing 31. And Decline, if you look at that, the races we talked about, Timothy Dupont, Attila Viviani was sprinting against. Arvid Decline's almost got that kind of similar route to Timothy Dupont in terms of the wins that he's had and finding a place within Tudor Pro Cycling. And it's almost a stroke of luck, isn't it? Because given where Tudor Pro Cycling are going as a sprinter, it's a phenomenal position to be in.
And the way they're setting up, they're moving forward, the signings that they've taken on next year. Matteo Trentin is one. They'll add so much experience to that squad. So he's found himself in the right place with Tudor Pro Cycling, and Arvid Decline could be one. Even though he is 29, could be in some big races next year. It's just all about those opportunities. He's been racing for Dutch continental teams. Metec have won, which is a brilliant Dutch team for so long. And he picked up some big victories for them from 2018 to 2020. And he made his way to human powered health, and now really at home at Tudor Pro Cycling.
Definitely has found his feet there. We'll just run you through some other sprinters that you can watch out for today come the end of this one. One is Terengganu's own Harif Saleh, the most successful Malaysian rider in the history of this great race. Harif Saleh is 35 years old now, but he comes to this race always on big form. We had the intermediate sprint in his hometown of Dungan a little bit earlier on today, and the Terengganu Polygon team will look to try and deliver Harif Saleh to a stage win if they can. We are 46 kilometers to go. We go through our next intermediate sprint of the day at Agil. So we've got Batchakan takes that. So we do have bonus seconds at the intermediate sprint. Just cleaning off his glasses. We have had some rain throughout the stage today. He takes the 3 seconds. We'll see if our chasing group and how far behind our chasers are, if they're still there, because we do believe they are still out there. We haven't seen them get caught. It was Batchakan that went through over the top of the 3 riders. We had Zarif of Terengganu, who went for the King of the Mountains points. He took it from Sarawat Sirionachai, who was also in the breakaway group. That was where Batchakan, who had just been distanced on the King of the Mountains climb, decided to punish the rest of the breakaway cheekily in a friendly kind of way and go clear on his own and that climb was with 91.5 kilometers to go. So we got 45 kilometers to go. So he decided he would rather do this one on his own today, and he sat out there for quite a while. But our chasers, this is the peloton have gone through now, so it does look like our chasing group have been caught.
So that does mean that there was 2 seconds and 1 second bonus seconds for this peloton. We haven't seen, and that's why I think the peloton will be fighting for the seconds at the front.
That could prove important. 10, 6 and 4 on the line. Few rain spots on the lens of the camera. Powering on is our lone leader. And it does look like that gap's coming down a tiny bit as well at this stage.
Of course, one rider, so easy to control and bring back. And even easier when he's been out there on his own. You see the front of the bunch there. 2 EF Education Easy Post riders. So I think they might have gone out and tried to steal some seconds there. If they have, that's a real good opportunist move. They would have picked up 2 seconds and 1 second. We will have confirmation of that soon, and that gap has come down so quickly. Now 1 minute 36.
And we sometimes say, you know, if it's a general climb, we'll update you as soon as we have confirmation on who's taking our bonus seconds. But sometimes we look at it and say, if you're a GC rider, given that we've got Genting Highlands to come on stage 5, which is an absolute monster, and we sometimes say, why would you need a couple of seconds? But we are seeing, aren't we, that races are getting tighter and tighter all the time in terms of general classification. So 2 seconds and 1 second can win you a race overall.
And that could be a little bit of an effort that you make to make and gain 2 seconds, or gain those little extra bonus points. If you have one bad day, and let's say you have a 40-second lead, and then you lose 30 seconds, it doesn't really. The only thing that you're going to do with those bonus seconds, that pushes the time up, and that could actually win you a race. And it could be a bit of a sacrifice in those early stages, but at a point where it's easy to do and it's opportunist easy to do. No point going out and forcing it, trying to find an extra 3 seconds, 2 seconds. But if they're there, and you've got the legs, you may as well take those seconds when you need it.
And as a GC rider in this race as well, there's sometimes you could come into this with and the danger is you sit back in the peloton, and when you need to make the effort, you haven't woken your legs up from the journey.
Exactly, and you can see, got confirmation on the left-hand side now. So it was Simon Carr and Michael Valgren, the EF Education Easy Post riders, who clipped off the front. And Carr there, bagging himself 2 seconds. Valgren picking up the 1 second. But that is key. Simon Carr now, 2-second lead in that GC battle. You want to be giving 2 seconds away to Simon Carr for free.
Not so much. I think people will be watching out. We do have one more intermediate sprint to come with 21 kilometers to go. That's at Top Jamal. I think maybe the GC riders, the other GC contenders in this race, or anyone that has designs on this one, might feel that they need to get involved. The rain is falling. The weather forecast today was 25 to 27 degrees Celsius. That's 81 to 83 Fahrenheit. Sunny, chance of thunderstorms a little bit later on in the day. We were hoping they wouldn't come to fruition, but unfortunately they have. And our lone leader, Texbayer Batsakan from Mongolia, really successful rider from Mongolia, as a rider that went over and raced for the World Cycling Centre team based in Aigle, and going clear solo here. It's been a long day out in the saddle. He's spent now about 50 kilometers on his own, and at the moment you get into this position where you can see just that fight in that battle between, do I keep my glasses on, do I need to take my glasses off when the rain starts to fall like this.
Yeah, swapping and changing constantly. It's still quite bright, but as soon as you get all the lenses, and once they get wet and then they dry, it's actually worse, because then it's just, you can't see anything through them. But, yeah, put them on your head, put them on the end of your nose, or just suffer with them on. At least he is on his own. He doesn't need to look and worry about riders in front of him. He doesn't get sprayed from other riders' back wheel. That is the one plus to being on your own at the moment.
This is the point as well when the rain is falling, that some of the Europeans that are in the bunch, that because when the rain falls here, it falls quickly and heavily, is the one better description of the rainfall here. You can see this is the point where some of the Europeans are like, come to Malaysia, they said. It's going to be super hot and beautifully sunny at the end of the season, because this is, for many, this is kind of school's out after this, isn't it? It's going to be the last event of the year for many
last
riders.
hurrah, they go to Malaysia and get a tan to finish off the but no tan at the moment. At least it is warm. That is the one nice thing about it. You know, you're way over high 20s, and even if it is raining, at least the temperature's still high, so you're not going to get too cold.
And for a lot of those European teams who are saying, you know, the riders and everyone around the team cars, logistically it's a completely different kettle of fish, this, isn't it? Because you know, you go to you're a sport director with Trinity Racing, but you would go to the race, you'd have your van, you have your motorhome, some teams will have their bus, and you have your team cars and everything. When you come to Asia and you come to somewhere like Malaysia, the race organisers logistically have another sort of element to sort out.
Yeah, so all the cars are then supplied by the race organisation, so you all have matching cars, sometimes given a little minibus to help you get around, and maybe a small van for like the mechanic to put the bikes in after the stage. So you don't have the same everything that goes on behind the team. You don't have that same knitted equipment, everything. You need to go out and look what you need to do. You don't have your washing machines that come with the trucks nowadays, or the buses. So there's a lot more to think about. And of course, the one big thing, of course, in the team cars you have spare jackets, bottles, everything like that. You don't have all the wet bags that you always need, or spare clothes for the riders to put on. But organisation wise, of course, then you're flying everything out to Asia. That comes with a weight limit, so you really have to pick and choose the essentials. If you don't need to bring it, the best thing is not to bring it.
Does that then pose a problem for your mechanics? Because we know mechanics. Look, there's one thing you know in cycling: don't touch the mechanics' tools. And the mechanics all have their own way of doing things, and they'll have tools that they like to take to races, because it must be an element of your team budget that you have to factor in when you're kind of looking at it, because the mechanics toolkit alone is going to be fairly hefty.
Yeah, toolbox with the mechanics we have, that's between 25 and 30 kilos, so that's a whole bag done. You know, you can't, and most of the time the tools you can take out little bits, but most of the time you need all the tools. You never know what can happen. So if you do come with two mechanics, they can share, but still that's not ideal. They still need their own set of tools. Of course, with that, you think about spares that you come. You maybe have 4 spare bikes on the roof, and then you need to bring, how many derailleurs do we need? How many front mechs do we need? How many wheels do we need? So everything's then factored in. Sometimes you just have to take a big risk in a way. If they do crash, then you just have to start taking apart the spare bikes to build someone else's bikes. For the mechanics it is a bit of a stress, let's say, because they just want everything and any possibility. They want to cover any eventuality. So when you tell them they can't take their favourite tool, they're not the happiest mechanic.
But also shit, because it's like, I suppose it's like in any profession, it's like being an electrician, or it's like being a plumber or whatever. If you've got to use someone else's tools, they'll feel different, because the mechanics will alter their tools to suit them and how they work. So yeah, huge amount of logistics involved in teams getting over here. The soigneurs in terms of their food provision and their bottles and all that kind of thing, and even down to your big tubs of protein and protein shakes and all that, because we know how important nutrition is for teams and riders as well.
Yeah, then you take in everything, plan, almost estimate what you need for each day: gels, protein, and the energy drink powder that you need. And of course, a little bit of a worry as you get further into the week: if we use too much, if we got this estimate completely wrong, are we going to run out of gels on that final day? So sometimes you see a lot of teams going back and forth to other teams, swapping them for jerseys or other refreshments.
Coffee.
Between coffee and beer, I think is the best between all the staff, especially the soigneurs. They're all in it together. Though we are big. It's a big family, especially when you go away. You're all in the same boat together, so you're happy to help each other when they need it.
And you find that especially when you're over somewhere like this, the Swannies really do band together. Our gap though is down to 48 seconds with 38 kilometers to go, and this, as you said, when he attacked Texbaya Batsakan, when he attacked, we said this could change essentially the dynamic of this, because the makeup of our 4-rider breakaway group could have gone all the way to the finish. He's now looks like he's done. You can see the way he's looking around. He's taking his glasses off. He's putting his glasses on. This then opens up the back end of this race because they don't want to catch him. You can see if they then catch him, or he just decides to sit up completely and get caught, all of a sudden multiple riders within this peloton think, okay, I'm pretty fresh. I reckon I can do the last 30k on my own. And we could get we've been out and about all day. It was absolute chaos this morning before a breakaway got established. It could essentially switch back to that mode.
It really could, but the other key point, we have one more intermediate sprint, and that comes with 21.5 kilometers to go. Could have a big battle of GC riders going for those bonus seconds. But as soon as that's over, still 20 kilometers to go. I'm sure there will be some more counter-attacks if he does get caught.
It might get, if that is the case, that it will give us an idea of who has come to this race with designs on challenging for general classification, because Simon Carr taking 2 seconds at that first sprint, EF Education Easy Post we expect to go for the next sprint, and the DS is in the car behind will have been on the radio to everyone saying, car's just taken 2 seconds, we need to go for the seconds on the final one. It should give us a glimpse of who might fancy their chances in this race overall.
Yeah, well, it of course confirms what we thought with Simon Carr, and we were wondering where the chasers were. There was a group of 4, of course, remember, and then 3 were distant from this lone rider. It was EF Education Easy Post, the only team to really clock onto that. Let's be honest, they're the ones, 2 riders picking up 2nd and 3rd place in that intermediate sprint. So you have to take your hat off to the team managers in the car, TJ Van Garderen and Matthew Breschel. They made the right call there, and they've gained themselves, 2 seconds for Carr, 1 second for Valgren with very limited effort. They've stolen those seconds, and that's exactly what you need to be thinking of. As a GC rider now, even with the tough climbs, it could still be a group of 6 or 7 at the end of a race.
That's a very TJ Van Garderen move, though, to try and snip away at bonus seconds, because TJ was a very calculated rider. He made time and took time wherever he could.
Yeah, and you have to now. There's no reason not to. And it is great to see. I do like when you do see a GC sprint on the flat on a flat day. It goes to show how good those sprinters are, how easy they make it look.
Tudor Pro Cycling are at the front. Their sprinter, Arvid de Klein, the team fully behind him in terms of the way that they have controlled and worked this race today. Simon Pelot has been the rider that has done the lion's share of the work today, along with Yuri Natarov of Astana, Kazakhstan. Our lone leader from Mongolia, Tegsbayer Batsakan, feels he wants to be caught here, but the peloton don't want to catch him at this stage.
They're going to hold off for as long as possible now. You don't want to bring all that peloton back together. They almost just hold and be in control of the situation. They can't ride so slow, so if it is actually up to Batsakan, if he has had enough, then he will sit up, and it's going to be Gruppo Compatto, and they all start racing again. And in a way, in the rain, in these changeable conditions now, I'd be quite happy if they all came back together. I'd be on the move, trying to make some moves and go up the road again.
He's straight over the top. Our run in towards the finish, so through 5k to go, we skirt the coast. We are along the coast of Malaysia today, the east coast. 5k to go through 4k to go. It's fairly open. There's a few corners in towards 1 kilometre to go in terms of the run in today.
Yeah, so the main points, we come up heading north into a headwind, and then we have a right hand turn with around 9 kilometres to go. A nice 90-degree right, and that brings us right onto the coastline for the final run-in. Go across one bridge. It should be a tailwind, a really fast open road, looking at it on Velo Viewer. And then the key point is 1.2 kilometres to go. We have a 90-degree right-hander. And then it is simply as straight. There's no roundabouts, nothing to worry about. But the road does slowly go to the left-hand side. So that is important for lead outs and positioning. You want to be on the left-hand side of the road, obviously the shortest way to the finish line. So if you can then launch your sprinter at the perfect time, left-hand side of the road is the way to do it. That then forces any rider who wants to come past the longer way round, and it's simply they just have to do a longer distance to get past you.
"40 seconds for our lone leader." And you can see just ploughing on with his effort here with 35 kilometres of the stage remaining. 40 seconds is his gap to the peloton behind. They are quite content to leave him out there, you would say, for about the next 25 kilometers or so. As John said, it'll be up to Batsakan if he decides he's had enough. It might almost be to that point where they turn onto the coast road that you would almost want to call that breakaway to be back. Those, as you mentioned, that right-hander that takes us onto the coast road. That could be the point where you would really feel that you want to get the race under control.
It's going to be a difficult one to judge with how wide the roads are. If they can actually leave it quite late and then make a move. So there might be a bit of hesitation between the teams. But this is why it was a bit of a surprise for Batsakan to make a move with that hesitation behind before, like we had. They did have a lot higher chance of being able to stay away. They made a brilliant effort today, you have to be honest. Batsakan, the Mongolian rider, who comes past all the kids out from school cheering him on. What an effort today. Pretty much solo now, near enough 60 kilometers.
Yeah, it's been a long day out for this rider, and you can see that the rain looks like it's going to be fairly sustained now for the back end of this stage. 33 kilometers to go, 40 seconds is the time gap back from the Rujine Online Insurance rider, one of our continental teams. The Thailand registered team, the 25-year-old rider from Mongolia, and throughout his career he's represented Mongolia at World Championships. He first headed out as a junior to the World Championships. He's represented Mongolia at the World Road Race Championships as an under 23. He's also been successful taking medals in the Asia Continental Championships in the team time trial and events such as that. Even goes from out onto his mountain bike at times as well. He's got some mountain bike results. Mixes up a bit of track racing as well. Does Batsakan. But good to see the Mongolian rider really digging in on this opening stage of Le Tour de Langkawi. If you're just joining us, welcome aboard. Stage 1 of Asia's premier stage race. This is the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi. 187.4 kilometers today from Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu, and 8 stages in total. This year's Tour de Langkawi, 1,278.1 kilometers in length, and we do head up to the iconic Genting Highlands climb on stage 5. It is an absolute monster. It is up there with some of the steepest and toughest climbs in world cycling. Is the climb of the Genting Highlands, who will be crowned champion this time. As Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Posts has got anything to do with it, it will be him, given that he's already stolen a couple of seconds at the previous intermediate sprint. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through the 8 stages of this year's Tour de Langkawi. And the story of the day really was the early moves of Pablo Castrillo of the Equipo Kern Pharma. He went off the front. He was joined by Sarawat Suryanachai of Thailand just before the first intermediate sprint of the day at Dunga with 151.2 kilometers to go. Suryanachai coming through, taking the head of Castrillo. The two of them came together and they were joined at the front by Ayman Zarif, Tex Bayer Batsakan and Zawawi Azman. The Equipo Kern Pharma rider, the man from Spain, unfortunately, it looked like he had a mechanical. He disappeared out of the break fairly quick. Didn't get back up to the front. That left us 4 riders at the head of the race. It was Zarif, the Malaysian national champion, who took the first climb of the day with 91.5 kilometers to go. Took the 2 points ahead of Suryanachai. Tex Bayer Batsakan launched himself over the top because he'd been slightly distanced on the climb. He went solo, the breakaway never getting back to him. It meant that he crested the summit of the second KOM of the day. Another Cat 4, 2 points he took there. Zarif took the 1 point, Ayman Zarif of Terengganu Polygon. He now takes the lead in the King of the Mountains classification overall. Batsakan taking 3 bonus seconds at the next intermediate sprint of the day. Simon Carr and Michael Valgren sweeping up 2 and 1 respectively. And we have 1 more intermediate sprint to come at Tok Jamal with 21 kilometres of the stage remaining. 30 seconds is the gap with 29 kilometres to go. Texbaya Batsakan has been questioning his life choices for a few kilometres, John. I think is a fairly apt description.
I think, and that look round there, we saw him take a big stretch. He turned around. I think he's settled in now that he is going to be caught. It was a brave effort. You have to give your hat off to him, but it wasn't a wise effort.
Wisdom, that's what we want, isn't it?
Wisdom.
Wisdom in hindsight at some point. But this is the dynamic of this now leading into the next intermediate sprint of the day and setting up for the finish. Luckily for the riders, it's drying out here. It does dry out quite quickly when we have a bit of a rainstorm. You can see now we've got multiple teams coming up towards the front. Euskadel, Euskadi are coming through. You've got Tudor on the front for their sprinter, Arvid Decline. On the right, just out of the saddle, Daniel Babor of Kacharural. Watch out for him come the finish. But our man from Mongolia has done a great job, I think, to represent the Rujai Online Insurance team. It's good to see some of the smaller continental teams. He's been out there, he's been animating the race throughout the day. And this is what the Conti teams have to do, isn't it? You come in, don't be phased by your EF Education Easy Post, your Astanas and those teams that you see all the time. Because we saw it, Anwar Manan, who's one of Malaysia's most famous riders. He was the only rider to take a stage in this race for many years, and he was always sprinting against the Guardinis of this world. It's having that faith in yourself to be bold, to be brave, isn't it? And this move here by Batsakan kind of steps back to maybe that confidence that he may have had in his career when he was with that World Cycling Centre team, racing in Tour de l'Avenir and those sort of races, because this opens up for him to catch the attention of a bigger team.
Yeah, he's come over to Europe, settled in with that UCI cycling school, raced some really big races as an under 23, still only 25 years old, but with that wealth of experience from his time in Europe. And again, he's come out, he's shown what he can do, shown himself to those bigger teams, and he has picked up 2 points in that King of the Mountains classification. We talk about bonus seconds, but those 2 points might be keen in the rest of the week if he's going for that jersey.
And that, having been around the Asia Tour, and you've been around the Asia Tour as a rider and now as a director sportif, it's when you come out here and you see riders in these teams. There might be one Mongolian rider who's a pro, and you come in and you've got the 7-11 team from the Philippines that you don't get to see very often. You've got KSPO from South Korea. They're here. All the Malaysians that race here in this tour, the Chinese teams, the Thailand team that come in, and that is the beauty of being able to, for us, showcase Tour de Langkawi. I've been coming here for a very long time, and I love this race, and I love Malaysia, and the Asia Tour. I've always seen he's got some real exceptional talents that it's nice to be able to sort of showcase them all.
Yeah, and race them at a really high level as well. When the big teams come over, really shows a lot of the Asian teams across the board. It's such a strong competition, and they're not easy races. They're tough races to win, and this is why it's great to finish it off at Tour de Langkawi, one of the best races within the Asia Tour. It is 2-point pro as well, so those extra UCI points might be key for some teams. It's great to see the riders stepping up, moving up, and all it does it has that snowball effect. And soon, I'm sure we'll see a lot more Asian pros in that European World Tour Pro Conti level.
Yeah, definitely. It's having those teams to have those connections and be willing to sort of take the time and help riders from this part of the world, because it does sometimes mean, you know, really recognizing the culture of riders and, you know, to be able to help them integrate into a team and just make your life easier and make them, you know, happy and comfortable as pros within what may be a very traditional sort of European kind of setup.
Yes, making them settle and feel at home. You're exactly right. And of course, happy bike riders most of the time are fast bike riders. If they're in a good mood, they feel good on their bike, they feel good when they go out, they train harder, they recover better because they're happy, and that all just, again, that just rolls forward and forward.
And that's what there's always riders that come into teams from different parts of the world. You know, when you get different nations and different countries coming in and riders room together, and it, you know, it's great to learn about different countries, different cultures, and they all bring their own little, you know, little bits of food that they want, their little thing, because cyclists love snacks, and they're very special in terms of the snacks that they like and things that they like for brekkie when they get up in the morning, and things that they kind of like in their pocket. So it can be a new world for some, you know, some of us poor blinkered Europeans that come to this part of the world or come into a team.
And there's definitely some good snacks, and when you do share them, it's always good when you get a good roommate who's happy to bring all that food. Sometimes I wasn't the best for that. I was happy just sharing a room, and if you've got the good roommate who's got a bag full of little treats, like, oh, I've lucked out this week, I'm glad you're here. And you that's where most of some really good friendships come from. You spend so much time together, racing, training, and then of course you end up talking your heads off all night if you get on well. Get to know each other really well. No hiding when you're sharing a room for 8 or 10 days.
And that transfers onto the bike, doesn't it? And when we see the teams within that peloton, and they're very much all together within the bunch. You're seeing all those pink jerseys in there. We're 4K away from this next intermediate sprint. We're not far away from that one, and that does transfer onto the bike in terms of how much everyone just looks after each other.
And you can see now it's so key to ride together as a team. It's definitely the done thing across all the teams as well. You're safe. You're there in case there's a problem for a teammate, but you're in it together, and that's why those friendships then last for so much longer, because you really have got each other's backs, and when there's a problem, you sacrifice yourself, you sacrifice your hopes, your chances of a result for someone else. And in some ways, that feeling when you've done so much on the front, like we've seen today, Simon Pelu, he's worked so hard for the chances of Arvid decline, so that as soon as he sees that result happen, if he does pull it off, the relief and the proudness that he'll feel. And of course, any sprinter, always so thankful of all their teammates who've done such hard work for them.
We're getting a glimpse of the finish. You can see there's just that little shimmy there almost that they're going to have to be aware of. The soigneurs who are in this position, when we get a glimpse of the finish, you can see it's fairly blowy at the line, but they will have relayed back to everybody that they need to go straight across that point of the sprint here.
Yeah, it looks, obviously at the moment you can see until 400 meters to go. But that's quite a straight run in, really. Still from the left-hand side, it's only slowly going to the left. But this is where team soigneurs, team staff are so key. They get to drive the finish. They can then send a video or have a phone call with one of the directors sportifs in the car, and then they can then pass on that information live to the riders on the race radio.
And riders, other riders that have been here before and sprinted this sort of finish, you remember it, don't you, as a bike rider?
Yeah, and as a sprinter, they've got a brilliant mind for where they need to be. They remember those final 5 kilometres, not in so much detail, but similar to like a bobsleigh rider. They know each corner, they have it in their mind, they know where they need to go. And that's what the sprinters are like. You come back to the finish of a race, they've used it before, and it's amazing the information that the sprinter can then just say, oh yeah, we went right hand side of the road, that was the best move, or we didn't do that, we need to do it this way this time. And that could have been from 3 years previous, but they have a knack for remembering what needs to happen.
And it always amazes me as well, is that you'll be chatting to a lead out rider or a sprinter, and they were like, oh yeah, you got to be careful because you come right. There's a right hander here. There's a manhole cover that's sunken into the road on that left. You want to watch that. We don't want to go too deep on there as well. And this running towards the finish, because the roads are wide. We saw that road, how wide that road is. It does make that lead out slightly more problematic, would you say, in terms of that final right hander outside of that final K, in terms of sort of trying to fan out across the road as much as you can to keep that combination of the lead out for as long as possible.
It's going to be hard to control because the roads are so wide that people can really make a late move and get into position. So it's going to be a hard one. There's going to be teams popping up at the end, not early on. So really hard one to control, but you need to just be patient, trust the process that you believe is the right way of doing it. And from a team perspective, yeah, there's so much to cover. You just need to concentrate on yourself and do the best job you can.
There's also that there's an opportunity here for your tracky based rider to go before that final corner almost.
Yeah, potentially they could get out there, make a big kick, and then try and hold on. But I think it will be a big sprint battle by the time we get to the end.
Through the intermediate sprint, it's another 3 seconds for the man from Mongolia. Has come through, takes Bayer Batsakan, takes that. It's not going to be long now before our peloton will be lining out, and we look like now we've got a bit of a sprint. They've gone through there. I don't know if we got the glimpse of the bunch going through. There's a pink jersey towards the front. Did Simon Carr or Michael Valgren manage to take some more bonus seconds? The peloton is just coming together. We didn't see them go through that point because they weren't far behind them. They weren't far behind our leader. We'll get confirmation for you as soon as we can. Cajarural just powering through. Tudor Pro Cycling have been in control of this race, you would say, throughout, along with Astana, who had a man up towards the front. We think they might give Gleb Syriza the nod today. I do believe our leader has been caught outside of camera shots as they went through there.
So all back together. He hung on for that intermediate sprint, so he did pick up another 3 seconds bonus and 3 points in the points classification. But now Caja Royale and Tudor Pro Cycling fighting to control this bunch, fighting to control the peloton and set up their sprinters, still with getting close to under 20 kilometers to go. There's the sign, 20k to go. No more bottles from the car at this point. No more feeding from the side of the road. But already Tudor Pro Cycling really lining this out.
There is that danger now, though, isn't there, that with Batsakan being caught, that it could open the floodgates for another breakaway that you've then got to control, which you then have to bring back, and that's all power and energy that you don't want to use. That is it almost in this situation better for them to just sit at this high tempo that's going to prevent anyone from attacking, or are you using up riders in your lead out earlier that you might need later on?
Yeah, it's that catch-22, which way you want to ride. It is probably better just to ride at a high enough pace that you stop the attacks. If you let someone go at this point, they do have a really big chance of trying to stay away, or a better chance, let's say. Here's a little confirmation of our sprint. Our lead rider, I think, actually was caught before the intermediate sprint. But we did see him go across the line.
Yeah, we saw him cross the line. That may be. We may get an update on that one. Thomas Barter, though, taking second for Cajarao. Juan Bao from Euskadi taking third. We saw both of those teams up towards the front, 2 and 1. So Juan Bao, is he the sprinter for Euskadi? We have 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line, and for a sprinter, if someone like Barter manages to get close to Jersey, we think he will, we would say, be the lead out rider for his sprinter. We did see Simon Carr and Michael Valgren at Sprint 2 take 2 and 1, but as a sprinter, as a fast rider, there's that opportunity because the yellow jersey, the leader's jersey here in Tour de Langkawi, is going to go to the winner today, but it gives you perhaps a fighting chance of taking that jersey tomorrow.
Yeah, you never know what could happen when you move forward. Those little extra bonus seconds in those intermediate sprints, same as the GC hopes, could mean you'd be wearing a leader's jersey in the coming days afterwards. It's not just about today. 8 days of racing, so all those little seconds that you can grab here and there. Bartha, which he will be on lead-out duty, but also, you never know, could end up finishing second, still gain an extra little 6 seconds bonus there. Not going to make the 10 seconds if his teammate then does win, but all those time bonuses and points scored in that points classification could be key.
It's an interesting point because sometimes for fans and viewers watching, that you see a lead out rider lead off and then they swing off and they're done. But as a lead out rider, it's up to the sprinter to come round you, isn't it, rather than you swinging off and letting them come past?
Yeah, you ride until they come past. Obviously you would then what you need to keep doing as a lead out rider, you need to always keep accelerating through the whole of your turn. So of course your maximum effort would be right at the end, and let's say that could be that would then finish in a perfect world around 350 to 250 meters to go in that window. So unfortunately your speed is really high. The highest point it's going to get with 250 meters to go, so you do then decrease, your speed will decrease if you've done your lead out correctly. And that's the other point. If you're really doing your job perfectly, you should be completely empty at the end of your lead out. You shouldn't be able to then hold on and sprint again.
You're not supposed to roll your sprinter in the sprint or
not
hang
really,
on for a
no.
second.
You're not just, unless you've done a brilliant lead out and you've gapped riders behind you, then yeah, you need to keep going all the way to the finish line. But the key point is delivering your sprinter in the best possible way. And
that sprint, your line is potentially 100 meters to go or 200 meters to go. And when you're as a director now and as a rider, and you are a fast finisher, in how much chat goes on between this point and the finish in terms of how everyone's feeling, because that planning in the lead out would have been done in advance, which is why it's potentially quite surprising to see Tudor Pro Cycling on the front so early, really giving it beans, when you're thinking, right, okay, your point is 5k to go to 1500 to go, because it's all broken down right up to that 200 meters to go potentially.
Yeah, potentially that there's, of course, there are only teams of 6, so let's say you sacrifice 2 riders. One you've already seen, Simon Pellar, he's done so much all day, someone else takes over, you're only down to 3 potential lead out riders. So you have to change your tactics there. If you have a reduced number, you always want to deliver your sprinter onto the back of someone else's lead-out train with one other rider. So you use the feeling there in a different way. You're not going to do a full lead-out because you've already had to use your riders up. And some sprinters are really good at following the wheels, and then they just need one acceleration to really jump off. So it is very dependent on the sprinter and what they want. So they're the ones who make call the shots. They're the ones you're looking after. So if they say they want to be dropped off with a kilometre to go on someone's wheel, then you say, okay, that's fine, I can do that. Or if they want to lead out all the way to the line, then you do your best to make sure you deliver that.
Equipo Kern-Pharma on the right of your picture. On the left are the Tudor Pro Cycling team in the black jerseys with the red bikes. Caja Rural are those white jerseys. You can see on the green bikes Astana coming through. There'll be many teams now with 18 kilometres to go that are looking to try and collect their riders ready for the run in towards the finish. You can just see we're going through 15 kilometres to go, and we're seeing some of the hills in the background. There's some great stage finishes up on these hills as well. I remember going out with Jeremy Hunt once in Terengganu and him blowing my windows out on one of these big climbs. They're super steep as well. So I've always been saying we need to go up there and finish some of the stages up there. But of course, logistically trying to get everyone up there and all the trucks and buses and everything that goes alongside it. It's not just about taking them up the steepest climb that you can find sometimes.
Yeah, definitely tough, straight up built. No little hairpins to ease you in, is there? You just straight up, get up that. And then most of the time they're a dead end as well, so you end up having to turn around and descend exactly what you've just ridden at.
Yeah, when you go hill hunting out on these races, it's always quite interesting. Equipo Kern-Pharma up towards the front. They've got very much a team of climbers in this race. The one rider that you would potentially say, Pablo Castrillo was away earlier on. He's a really strong time trialist, but it's quite interesting to see them up towards the front because they're all in here. Equipo Kern-Pharma on the right.
Yeah, they're all there. They might just be protecting GC hopes, with that danger point here from 20 kilometres to go until that 3k to go marker. There's always a bit of nervousness between all the teams. Again, just to remind everyone, with 3 kilometres to go, if they do have a problem or a crash, they get the same time as the leading riders. So everyone just needs to get to that point. And most of the time that's when the GC riders relax a bit more. They still have to be careful with any splits. If it does split naturally and it's not from a crash, then you can lose time. But the danger point is those mechanicals or any incident.
We're just running in to the finish. If you're just joining us for the first time today, welcome along. It's stage 1 of the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi. 187.4 kilometers today from Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu. 8 stages this year's race, and it looks like it's going to come down to a bunch sprint. And the big favourite for the stage today, and he has got to repay the team for the work that they have done for him today, is Arvid de Klein of the Tudor Pro Cycling team. There are a few sprinters that will be looking to spoil the Tudor Pro Cycling party at the end of this one if they can. George Jackson, watch out for him from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. Gleb Sarita from Astana. Perhaps someone like Ben Perry from Human Powered Health. Attila Viviani from the Corotec Sella Italia team. Harif Saleh, the local man. Could he pull off a victory here in his home region of Kuala Terengganu? And the Terengganu Polygon team leader, 3 times a Tour de Langkawi stage winner. He's the most successful Malaysian rider in his home tour. We've also got Raymond Kreda from Team Ukio and Daniel Babor from Kakarurao. Those are some of the sprinters in this race. There is also the opportunity for someone to spring a surprise in this one, especially riders that come into this from some of our Asia Tour teams. We've seen that in the past, riders just popping up who have got a fast finisher. The KSPO team, they are a team, the team from Korea, that traditionally they bring some good riders to this race. We don't get to see them a huge amount throughout the season. Donghyuk Choi is a sprinter for that team, but a lot of the Korean riders are fairly fast finishers. So with those smaller continental teams, John, there's that chance, as you said, it's just about getting that rider onto a wheel, getting them into a lead out, and that's another learning process, isn't it, as a sprinter, is learning how to surf those lead outs, get into those trains, freelance those run-ins to the finish.
Yeah, try and steal those results. If you haven't got a big lead out team, if you can get delivered into the key point here would be that 1.4 kilometre to go right-hander. So for the rest of your teammates, they sacrifice themselves, put themselves in the wind, drop their sprinter off onto the lead-out train, and then off they go. It's almost impossible to really try and compete with the big lead-outs once they're done by teams like Casual Royale, who've been doing it week in, week out, same as Tudor Pro Cycling. If they get together and looked after average decline perfectly. So it's those tactics and picking which tactic is best for each team. And of course then the sprinter can surf, pick the right wheel or fight for the right wheel that they want. And then they try and launch their sprint, try and make that jump before the big sprinter as well, catch them off guard. They go first. And sometimes that's when they can really get a good result, steal that sprint and that surprise from behind and hold on all the way to the line.
And for someone like Decline, who's the team have been on the front from the word go today, in terms of once that breakaway was established, and it took a while, it's very much, and as sprinters you love that. It is that feeling of power, isn't it? There's the if you're a sprinter that can cope with that pressure, and most sprinters can, when the team invests in you in the way that Tudor have done for Decline today, it does give you that little bit more armour as a sprinter, that little bit more swagger, that the team have got this much faith in you that you are going to pay them back.
Yeah, you have that swagger and a bit of nervous or pressure in some ways, but the big sprinters thrive off that pressure. They know they have to deliver the best result they can. Of course, that's when it's really disappointing if it does go wrong. Some things are out of your hands, can't control everything. But yeah, the sprinters do love it when they know their team is all behind them. It almost just gives them a confidence boost, a big lift up, and more belief in themselves that they can go on and get victory.
10 kilometres to go, and you see now the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team are starting to make an appearance at the front. This is the point where the teams will be looking to try and collect the sprinters. The Bolton Equities Black Spoke team were very, very animated at the start of the day today. We had Luke Mudgeway and trying to get into multiple breakaways. As we said, it was absolutely nuts, was the start to this stage today. Matt Bostock, the British rider from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, getting into breakaways as well earlier on. George Jackson is their protected sprinter, and he's got a fast lead out. Matt Bostock could be the sprinter for that team as well. Luke Mudgeway's got a good kick on him. We think they'll go for Jackson, but he's got the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team have got a good lead out formation.
Really good lead out. If they can leave it late, come with that surprise, they just need to put themselves in a good position, it's exactly what they've been doing. They haven't been keen to ride on the front. They made their way into that right-hand corner, if you notice. They led it through. in this next now. Slowly making our way on to the seafront. This right-hander round the long way round the roundabout, and now it's a long straight road. A few little twists and turns, but the final right-hander now comes with 1.4 kilometers to go.
And you can just see how wide these roads are. It's great to see so many people out and watching the Tour de Langkawi get underway here today in Malaysia. Asia's premier stage race. The heat is back is the slogan of the race. Who will bring the heat at the end of today's stage? Will it be a day for that Tudor Pro Cycling team? We are now seeing the green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan jerseys up towards the front. And they've got two potential sprinters, Bardiani.
Yeah, they're again a team that come over to Asia and perform on the highest level. I do think it would be Zanoncello who will be their lead out, their man, their pick and sprinter for today. But Lorenzo Conforti, a brilliant lead out rider, but also a top sprinter himself. So those two working well together could be up for a big result today. As you see, Green Project Bardiani, more riders making their way to the front to try and support them. You can see 2 lanes wide the whole way down this road. There is some space still. When all the teams are across the front, it's hard to move up, but there is still plenty of time, and I think we'll see a lot more teams just before that final run-in for that right-hander trying to force their way to the front and deliver their sprinter.
Will it be Enrico Zanoncello for the Green Project Bardiani that takes this one today? You just see the riders. There's still a little bit of little road furniture that they have to negotiate. Caja Rural have been up towards the front. They've been quite quiet. They sat behind Simon Pelot and Yuri Natorov for most of the day, but they were very much up towards the front. It was almost showing they're there without contributing in a way.
Yeah, they sat there, didn't pull through at all. They just sat in the nice spot. Obviously they were taking a bit of wind for the lead rider, but nothing too much. They would have saved a lot, but they really did set their stall out. They wanted the sprint, and they wanted the sprint without having to do the work for it. So if he does pull off the win today, I don't think they'll be getting much help come the next few days.
Yeah, there is that. You're almost investing for the days to come, aren't you? With the work that you do. You're seeing on the right as you look at the picture. That's how close we are to the seafront now. Gives you a glimpse there. Luckily, it's not blown a hoolie in off the sea, as we say.
No, it's quite a low forecast, not too much wind either. You can see the trees on the side of the road pretty much still. This is a slight tailwind all the way down this section as well, so they will be moving at quite high speed across the front of that peloton. Teams represented all the way across. We're getting closer and closer now, coming up to 5 kilometers to go.
They'll be just ticking these off one by one, and with our breakaway rider getting caught with 20k to go, you could see how much the sprinters teams have all been all in for this one. We thought you might get that flurry of attacks, and we might get a really chaotic run-in in terms of trying to control things, but they've played it perfectly at the moment.
Yeah, I think there's enough sprinters teams and enough riders who want a bunch sprint, so it would have been a tough day out anyway. A long stage, 184 kilometers in total. There's enough sprinters and sprinters teams to have this big battle, and we're getting closer and closer to it.
So the Leaning Star team have also got themselves up towards the front. They've got a sprinter. They just need to be careful not to burn themselves out too early. But if they can just keep themselves up towards the front, they've just moved back just very slightly. There's a bit tight there. Apologies, we don't have a marshal on there. The riders just moved out, all safely through. Just that little bit of entry to that section of the course. But it is the team of Bolton Equities Black Spoke in those sort of purpley blue and yellow jerseys that have got themselves up towards the front. George Jackson, their sprinter. 4 kilometres to go. The pressure on. Bolton Equities Black Spoke hitting out just a little bit slightly too early here, potentially. But someone's got to keep the pace high.
Someone's got to take the race on. They've done it at the right time, I think, in my mind. That was exactly what they needed to do. They've only put 2 riders there. Behind that, the 3 and 2 riders in front of George Jackson protecting him. They're in a good spot. So they're doing it right, I think. I think they really needed to line this bunch out as well. It makes it safer for that right-hand turn.
3 kilometres to go. You can see the bridge, just a small rise that we've got here as we run in towards those final twists and turns of the stage here. The opening day of Le Tour de Langkawi into Kuala Terengganu, starting in Kerteh, and a famous sprint finish in Malaysia's stage race is this one. They'll just run down off this bridge and then take the run in towards the finish over the final kilometres of this stage today. So that fast run in off the bridge. So the bridge, and then we just keep a little left and then through 2 kilometres to go. And then it's a sweep round to the right and then that final right corner.
You can see the key for positioning. Bolton Equities Black Spoke took it up, and now Tudor Pro Cycling. This is the key time. We're getting very close to that final right-hander. Again, 1.4k to go. You get into it first, you take your sprinter into it, you give him such a good chance of going for victory.
And you can see that constant washing machine effect in evidence at the front of the peloton as multiple different jerseys get themselves up towards the front just to give that last little bit of power in that lead out for their sprinters. Cajarural in the white and green are going to be the team that lead through here. It's the team of Daniel Babor that hit the front. Can they gas it out of this corner as Bardiani go left? So they went tight there, the Bardiani team going in on the left. So we'll see how that affects the lead out to the finish.
Yeah, what a move. They used the road to their advantage there. It was Green Project Bardiani and Tudor Pro Cycling who went that shorter way round.
Through 1 kilometre to go, the Flamme Rouge. You can just see how wide the road is here as we just run in. They just get funneled into this finish straight with 1 kilometre to go. And it's Cajarural still towards the front. Here come Human Powered Health. You can see those orange jerseys. They're going to line up towards the finish. Who has the front? We're looking for those Tudor Pro Cycling jerseys. The team of Arvid Decline. Jackson, where is Jackson for the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team? It is Human Powered Health on the front. Is it Ben Perry that's right on the wheel now for the Human Powered Health? And now they open up. It's Astana that open up the sprint. Have Astana got the front? Perry trying to come off the line. Astana have done a great job throughout the stage. Here comes Decline. It's going to be a throw to the line. It looks like Decline comes late in that sprint, but a big move there by, it looked like Staritza from Astana, but Arvid Decline left it late. Chaotic run in towards the finish, John, but goes true to form.
Completely true to form. Tudor Pro Cycling, what a day. They controlled that breakaway from the start. And then Arvid Decline, he's delivered, he's taken victory. And what a perfectly timed sprint. He did leave it quite late, but he rushed forward. He made it perfectly in time, and that's what you need to do. It doesn't matter if you come late. If you win, you win.
And they've done the job throughout the day today. And those wide roads, there's the famous hose pipes here in Malaysia that the fire service always provide for the riders just to help you cool down. We used to have this race in March, and it was very, very warm back in March for this race. But after a hot day out in the saddle, even though we had a little bit of rain earlier on, it's still welcome. But a sprinter's day here in Tour de Langkawi, and well controlled. That's a good first day.
Yeah, really good day. Big fight to get in that breakaway at first. We saw plenty of attacks and moves. Finally that breakaway was allowed to go. First team to look after the race and control the race, Tudor Pro Cycling. And first team to take the win, Tudor Pro Cycling. Couldn't have planned it any better in that team meeting.
And when we said it when we were out on the road, that you want to pay back that sort of work in terms of the way that they've worked for him today.
Yeah, and he's done exactly that, picking up another victory. Brilliant season so far for Avid Decline. Another victory to go with his Deutschland Tour victory already this year, and the stage of ZLM Tour, and winner of Milano Torino.
But that's also going to give the team even more confidence. It's looking at, when you go to ZLM Tour and Deutschland Tour and sprints, and the way they pan out in different parts of the world as well, the different roads, the way the flow of the races, it shows that versatility, doesn't it, as a sprinter, where you can come to Malaysia and win, or go anywhere, take him anywhere in the world and win.
And getting the lead out right time and time again. It might be a different lead out in a different race. You might be delivering your sprinter earlier, let him surf the wheels. But like today, they did the job earlier on and completely trusted in Decline's ability to sprint and to go for it. So they kind of left him to it, and that's why we saw him come late. He wasn't going to be opening the sprint up first. Timed it perfectly.
So we'll just have we'll get you the full top 10 as soon as we have it. But a good run in to the finish for Tudor Pro Cycling. Thanks for joining us today. You've been with us throughout today's coverage. Good lead out as well. You've got to say, good lead out from Human Powered Health at the end there.
Yeah, they timed it really well. Unfortunately, he was stuck on the front. I think it was Sasha Wiemice of Human Powered Health who they were trying to protect. Unfortunately, if you can see now on the right hand side of your screen, he was forced to go on the front. And the first rider to really open it up was Saritsa of Astana. See, Decline, third wheel, following the whole way along, and then he just opened up at the perfect time, 50 meters to go, and took stage victory.
And the opening day sprint as well, because Sasha Wiemice is a rider that we don't get to see. We don't get to see him get his chances very, very, very often, and that's the beauty of an opening day such as this. It gives us an idea of who's here, who's in form, what sprinters that we need to watch out for.
Yeah, and it's always a bit of a worry as well. You can see actually how far Decline was back on that little bit of a. You can see Tudor Pro Cycling teammate turning around looking for him.
Not quite sure when to start his lead out, is he?
No, he's fighting for position there.
There he is.
There he is on the right hand side. He's followed up the wheel of Daniel Babor by the looks of it. And then he's able to go off that. Saritsa, it was 200 meters to go. Maybe a stronger headwind than we thought, because he didn't go too early actually. But it was only until the final 25 metres that he finally got round of him. And all about the lunge still. He knew he had it, one hand up, but it wasn't a big celebration. Wasn't sure, was he?
There's almost that, oh, yeah, got it,
Yeah,
did it.
I'm pretty sure, so I'm going to celebrate with one hand.
Yeah, when it's that close, when it's that tight, you don't want sometimes to throw everything into the celebration. And Gleb Syriza from Astana that took off, and he was quite long in the wind there at that finish.
And you're the
but he
winner.
did a
How
good
do you
job. Let's
feel?
hear from him there.
Yeah, I feel
Let's hear
good.
from our winner,
It was a
Arvid
hectic
Decline.
sprint. I lost Michael at one point with a K to go. Find my own way, and I was a little bit too far behind. So I'm so happy to finish it off because I had to come from far.
You needed a lot of speed at the very end.
Yeah, I had more speed than the others, but I had to go through the wind. And it was just on the line. I had him. So yeah, it was a hard sprint for me.
And a hard race for your team before to prepare for the sprint. You seem to have the best team here.
Well, I'm super happy with the team. They did amazing work today. Credits to Simon Pelot and also the guys. They did everything they could. So I'm super happy to finish it off.
And your goal is reached because you said you were coming for one stage win. But there might be many more to come.
I wanted to start with one, so I succeeded with one, and now I'm looking forward to the coming days. But it's nice to have the first one.
Proficiat.
Thanks. I succeeded with one, and now I'm looking forward to the coming days. But it's nice to have the first one. Proficiat. Thanks.
Our stage winner, Arvid Decline. There's Gleb Syriza from Astana. Had his opportunity today. They did a good job for him. He stepped up, and yeah, he was unlucky there at the end.
Yeah, he did all he can. A bit disappointed, I'm sure. I think actually he was just beaten by a faster rider on the day. Maybe he could have waited a little bit longer, not gone too early. It's always difficult to try and time it perfectly, so he can't be too disappointed. He had a chance to sprint. He opened up his sprint when he needed to. Learn from those little mistakes you make. But I think in the end, actually, he was just beaten by someone faster on the day. Learn from those little mistakes you make.
All the fans down at the site, good to see everyone out there today and enjoying the race. And looking ahead to stage 2, Kuala Terengganu to Kota Baru tomorrow, 186.2 kilometers. Looking ahead to stage 2. So just a replay there, you can see from the run, the teammates, the final lead outs there for Arvid Decline. It was just opened up for him just at that right moment. Dimas from Human Powered Health. First opportunity that we've seen to get a glimpse of Sasha Vimas sprinting at this level. Good to see him up there, and really did a great ride there. The other rider that was up there was the rider from the Malaysian national team, Izzat Abdul Halil. You can see him in the blue, just drop back a little bit at the end. You just see him shaking his head there. Good to see him getting into the mix. Some of the national team riders also getting in there. We had up there Enrico Zanoncello was not far away. He was off the podium, came in about 5th spot.
beliau memang suka flat route di Malaysia ni. Kalau ada stage flat route, memang dia lah orangnya.
So tomorrow's stage is a flat one as well, 186.2 kilometres. So we're going kind of in the direction that we've come. There's your top 10. Arvid Decline takes it from Sasha Vimas. Gleb Zaritza, we've got Iza Halil up there in fourth, Enrico Zanoncello, Lorenzo Conforti, Carlos Canal Blanco, Thomas Barter, Harif Saleh, and we've got Amirul Matsuki rounding out the top 10 there for the Terengganu Polygon team. 4 hours, 28 minutes, 25 minutes and 48 seconds your stage time today. So we can expect to see similar riders up there. It does give us a good benchmark of riders that we need to watch this week.
It does, and it kind of confirms Tudor will be on the front again, trying to control that peloton.
And there's your general classification. Arvid Decline will take the first leader's jersey of this year's Tour de Langkawi by 4 seconds. You got Teshbaya Batsakian, who was out in that breakaway group. He puts himself up in third. Saritsa, Sirona Chai, Barta, Castrillo, Car, Valgren and Bao, your top 10. 9 seconds separating them. It shows just how important those bonus seconds are and in those intermediate sprints.
Yeah, it does. And of course, those intermediate sprints there, kind of look at the riders who were in the breakaway and the sprinters at the finish, and some little GC contenders there. Simon Carr and Valgren picking up those 2 bonus seconds and 1 bonus second.
Yeah, so they were battling it out. So good to see them up there in that one. I expect to see them maybe trying to steal a few more in the days to come before we get to Genting Highlands. It is Ayman Zarif of Terengganu Polygon, the national champion of Malaysia from Batsakan, and Sirona Chai that are your top 3 in the King of the Mountains classification.
Minta maaf sebab ini proses normal. Kita terpaksa menanti sedikit masa untuk pengesahan komisar. Okey, komisar ni dia punya garang dia lain pada lain. Kita tak boleh paksa dia. So, confirmation daripada komisar untuk pengesahan pemenang baru kita boleh umum.
Yang pasti kita tak akan terlebih masa.
Ya.
Dia kalau terlebih masa tu yang dia bertukar menjadi hijau.
Ya.
Komisar tukar jadi hijau sama color dengan baju.
Wah, Cik Yazid pakai stokin pink hari ni Tak ramai anak Kedah yang pakai stokin pink ni.
Ramai yang tanya EP punya tulisan LTDL. Boleh beli dekat booth kita punya side event. Ada 3 stiker dan benda-benda lain RM5. RM5.
Mesti dia orang yang kat belakang apa semua ni. Dia orang ni merepek apa lagi? Orang nak dengar keputusan.
Baik, faham.
Tapi kita tak boleh bagi tahu.
Sabar.
Ya.
Tak boleh. Kita kena ikut peraturan UCI.
Ya. Nampaknya dalam bas tu dah macam-macam orang masuk tu. Masuk dia setengah sibuk tu.
Kita nak mengucapkan terima kasih pada media-media kita ni.
Terima kasih
ada yang naik
media.
motor, ada yang naik kereta.
Rakan-rakan media tempatan juga, Adam Zamri and the gang.
We have also foreign medias joining us for the 27th edition. Thank you very much. I hope you're having fun doing the coverage for this race. We've just started. So we have 7 more stages to go. So do enjoy and embrace the beautiful weather of Malaysia. Lagu ni macam seram lah.
Macam pernah aku dengar lagu ni. Okey, lagu ni simpan Kita nyanyi ke tempat lain. Simpan. I tahu lagu ni.
Seram lah dia punya intro. I tak tahu lagu ni apa, tapi I seram.
Berapa minit lagi ya? Sempat tak? Ada masa? Ada masa? Buka pintu ni boleh tak?
Stay with us for the podiums and we will present today's stage winner. So the riders that we thought would be up there, Arvid Klein, Gleb Zaritza being another one. Our surprise of the day, which is always good, is Sasha Vimas from the Human Powered Health team. Good to see the Belgian getting up there, and could be a rider that we can keep an eye out on days to come. And that is the beauty of Tour de Langkawi. It's what it has traditionally done, is give riders like Sasha Vimas an opportunity to show themselves at the front, show what they're made of as a sprinter. And he does just that, and gets up there, delivers a podium today. And the riders who take stage wins, they've got a way to go to catch the most successful rider in Tour de Langkawi history. 24 stage wins for Andrea Guardini between 2011 and 2018.
Kerteh hingga ke Kuala Terengganu, sambutan seluruh rakyat sungguh memberasakan, penuh di tepi kiri kanan jalan. Ini satu cara kita nak mempromosikan sukan berbasikal dan rakyat menerimanya dengan penuh baiklah. Alhamdulillah, tahun depan insyaAllah kita jumpa lagi.
Tadi fikir-fikir kan, ini macam nak confirm sign. Okey, YB Timbalan Menteri. YB, hari ini anak muda dengan basikal tak dapat dipisahkan, tapi YB lihat sambutan di Terengganu pada hari ini.
Saya kira pertama sekali terima kasih terutama sekali buat keadaan.
Our podium just getting ready for the presentation. And there's always something special, isn't there, as a sprinter, to be able to pull on the leader's jersey in a stage race.
Yeah, those general classification riders, they get enough time in those jerseys. So as a sprinter, when you get those opening stages, as a sprint, pull on that leader's jersey, wear that leader's jersey for the next couple of days, or maybe even just one day. Yeah, good little replay of that finishing sprint.
Yeah, great drone shot down the, doing a great job here following that. And it was impressive, the work done by Human Powered Health. Sasha Vimas potentially, he went with Gleb Zaritza there, and they're super close. I've got to watch out for them this week, both of them, I think.
You can see here, so probably around 350 meters to go, he was then stuck on the front, and he had to wait 300 meters to go. That left Sarista to open up the sprint. Vimas then jumped onto the wheel and then had to go back around him. Maybe that bit of hesitation, I know he was stuck there early, maybe he should have just gone from that point.
I suppose you've got to have that faith as a sprinter, because 300 meters psychologically is a long way. But he almost lost momentum there, didn't he? Where his teammate pulled off.
It is disappointing, but you're completely right. You then slow down, then to have to accelerate again. So you lose that momentum and that kick. So yeah, it's a hard one, because when you see 300, you know someone's going to be on your wheel and you give them perfect lead out. So unfortunately he was just stuck, between that rock and a hard place really. Either way it could have gone bad, or either way it could have worked out. This time he did end up second place, and it was the man from Tudor Pro Cycling, Arvid de Klein. He came from behind that and went past all of them. And I think that's another thing. They shouldn't be too disappointed with second and third place. De Klein was our favourite for today. He is the fastest man on paper, and on the first stage he proved he was the fastest man on the road.
And puts himself up there. So we've had some fairly famous sprinters in the history of Tour de Langkawi that have won stages here. I suppose for him, the big question is how he is going to fare against the big names in world sprinting when Tudor's program does expand as we expect it to.
Yeah, he's stepping up this year. He's in, this year especially, winner of Milano Torino. That was beating the likes of Fernando Gaviria, Nasu Buhani, Biriman Girmay. There was a good amount of sprinters there, a tough course. Did pick up second place in Tour de Boulogne behind one of the best sprinters and fastest sprinters on the world stage at the moment, Tim Merlier. So his speed is there, and all this is doing, him winning stages of Tour Langkawi is just upping and upping his confidence, his belief in himself. And I'm sure next year he's looking forward to try and test himself against those big sprinters.
And it's sometimes for someone like Arvid de Klein, it's circumstance, isn't it, that you don't, especially when you're, from the Netherlands, and he's 29 now, and it took him a while to get that big pro contract and be able to sprint against the best of the best of the best, isn't it? Because it is getting a pro contract, because anyone watching and fans of the sport would look and go, well, surely if he's winning and he's that fast, he should have been given a World Tour contract years ago. But sometimes you just don't, the luck doesn't go your way in terms of getting that big pro contract, and it takes getting into a team like Tudor that grow, and all of a sudden you can show what you've been made of. Exactly. Which kind of makes you sort of wonder what he could have, where he would have been if he got that big World Tour contract 4 years ago or something like that. But life and circumstances is what it is, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. That's one of the hardest things about it. But he was part of that human-powered health team last year. He could have still been there this year, and then the team ends up folding. You have that bad luck for a lot of riders, completely out of their hands at some points as well. It's not. You can only control so much. You can't control everything about it. So there is an aspect of luck. But de Klein now, Tudor Pro Cycling, he's been able to give him that chance there, shown what he can do, and then he kicks on forward. So I'm really looking forward to see what he can do next year. Again, we talked about how he's going to test himself and prove himself against those big sprinters. But already this year, he's on that upper scale, and the way it's going, the graph keeps going up, which is great to see.
Yeah, he's got momentum on his side as Arvid de Klein. So quite a journey ahead of him. We'll see where he's going next. Stay with us for our podium presentation. We're hoping that they get going fairly soon in terms of the stage and jersey presentations. I'm sure the riders will all be hoping for that as well. Podium presentation. We're hoping that they get going fairly soon in terms of the stage and jersey presentations. I'm sure the riders will all be hoping for that as well. Podium presentation. We're hoping that they get going fairly soon in terms of the stage and jersey presentations. I'm sure the riders will all be hoping for that as well. Podium presentation. We're hoping that they get going fairly soon in terms of the stage and
Okay, nampaknya komisar telah pun turun dari bas. Jadi keputusan bakal diselesaikan sebentar lagi. Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, tamat sudah untuk saingan peringkat yang pertama LTDL 2023 PETRONAS Leturi Langkawi Malaysia 2023. Baiklah, kita akan bermula dengan penyampaian hadiah untuk saingan peringkat yang pertama. Untuk itu majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berhormat Datuk Razali Idris, Esko Pelancongan Kebudayaan dalam Sekitar dan Perubahan Iklim, untuk bersama-sama dengan Yang Berhormat Mulia Tengku Sri Bijaya Diraja, Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu, untuk tampil ke pentas bagi upacara penyampaian hadiah yang pertama untuk stage Kerteh Kuala Terengganu 187.4 km.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to witness now the first stage prize giving ceremony, and let's see who's going to go up on the podium. And we welcome our VVIPs up on stage to give away the prizes to the winners for the first stage. Baiklah, we're ready? Let's go. Bermula dengan tempat ketiga. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Give big round of applause from Team Astana Kazakhstan team. Gleb Syriza.
Gleb Syriza dari Astana Kazakhstan team di tempat yang ketiga.
Beliau memang kita telah jangkakan, bukan pertama kali di Malaysia. Sebelum ini beliau pernah memenangi peringkat di LTDL di penampilan
third place today for Astana Kazakhstan rider Gleb Syriza.
Seterusnya kita beralih ke tempat kedua, Gigi.
Let's welcome this rider up on stage, ladies and gentlemen, from Human Powered Health, Sasha Wimas.
Sasha Wimas dari Human Powered Health.
Second place today for Belgium's Sasha Wimas. For Team Human Powered Health, great ride by the Belgian.
Tempat pertama.
Baiklah, juara tempat pertama, stage yang pertama, Kerteh Kuala Terengganu 187.4 km dari pasukan Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
Arvid Decline.
Arvid Decline.
And your stage winner today from Tudor Pro Cycling, Arvid Decline.
Good fight given.
18th victory as a pro.
Astana and the Human Powered Health team.
Great faith in Arvid Decline today, and deservedly so.
The finish line.
Delivers for the team. Simon Pelot doing a great job out on the road for most of today to control that breakaway.
Okay, sesi bergambar siap.
And repays the team with a victory here in the opening day of Tour de Langkawi. It's Arvid Decline from Sasha Wimas and Gleb Syriza.
Pemenang peringkat yang pertama.
Battle of the Sprinters, Hafizal. Battle of the Sprinters.
Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada tamu kehormat untuk berada di tepi seketika untuk kita beralih ke acara berikutnya.
Thank you so much to riders. You may step down now.
As our stage results, stay with us for the jersey presentations.
Baiklah, seterusnya untuk Most Combative Rider, untuk itu majlis menjemput Yang Berbahagia Datuk Hazimah binti Zainuddin, Chairman of Pembinaan Nasional Berhad Pernas, mewakili Bubble Soul 2 untuk tampil ke pentas bagi menyempurnakan hadiah untuk Most Combative Rider.
Looks like we're going to have our Most Combative Rider Award.
Powered by O2.
From Rantau with Love.
Nismilan.
Bismillah.
Bubbles O2, hydrating yourself. Baiklah, kita persilakan pelumba daripada Mongolia, Taxbaya Baisakan.
Bangsa terbahaya dari Mongolia.
Rujai Online Insurance.
Dari pasukan
Taxbaya Baisakan.
Untuk best
from Mongolia. The rider
Rujai
that went solo after making it into that breakaway of the day, and it couldn't be anyone else really, could it, today? The most combative rider, Baisakan, takes that award.
Most combative rider ini yang sebenarnya menampilkan pelumba yang buat banyak attack, 2 breakaway.
Banyak hadiah.
Sponsored by Bubbles O2.
Penyu tak boleh tinggal.
Ada lagi?
Ada.
Lain kali bawa troli lah senang. Okey, sekali lagi tepukan untuk pelumba dari
Taxbaya Baisakan, your most combative rider.
Ya, daripada Rujai. Congrats. Majlis ucapkan terima kasih kepada yang berbahagia Dato' Azim Abidin Zainuddin, Chairman of Pemenang Nasional Berhad Pernas mewakili Bubbles O2.
Congratulations to the rider from Rujai.
Seterusnya kita akan beralih ke Best Asian Rider yang dibawakan oleh Beautiful Terengganu, jersey putih. Untuk itu majlis dengan sukacitanya menyambut yang berbahagia Dato' Ahmad Syafiq bin Ismail, Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi yang berhormat Ustaz Hishamuddin
Best Asian Rider
pengurusi Jawatankuasa Perniagaan Sukan NGO Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu, mewakili yang amat berhormat Menteri Besar Terengganu. Dipersilakan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to witness next who is going to be the best Asian rider of the first stage from Kerteh to Kuala Terengganu. Okay, we are ready. Hafizal, sama-sama kita umumkan.
So the white jersey is the best Asian rider in the race.
Again,
always a general classification that is very prestigious on the Asia Tour. Is this white jersey from Rujai Online Insurance?
Oleh Beautiful Terengganu, jersey putih.
Thank you Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu.
Ya, asal lagu berhenti tu? Lagu please.
So Taxbaya Baisakan takes the stage. Asian rider jersey. I'll take that forward. Picked up some bonus seconds along the route. That will help him in keeping that jersey.
The world is watching Terengganu right now.
So sponsored by Beautiful Terengganu.
Ada drone tu. Lambai dekat drone semua orang. Drone kita tengah tangkap gambar kat belakang.
Taxbaya
Cenderamata daripada Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu,
Baisakan from Mongolia, from the Rujai Online Insurance team. The white jersey in the 2023 Tour de Langkawi.
Congratulations to Taxbaya Baisakan. You are the first stage best Asian rider.
Majlis mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Yang Berhormat Ustaz Hishamuddin dan juga Dato' Ahmad Syafiq bin Ismail, Ketua Pengarah Majlis Sukan Negara. Baik. Can we have a trolley please? Baiklah, seterusnya kita akan beralih ke jersey polka dot yang dibawakan oleh Tourism Malaysia. Untuk itu, majlis dengan sukacitanya menyebut Encik Iwan Arif bin Abdul Rahman, ahli lembaga pengurus Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi menjemput dan mengiringi yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Amar bin Abdul Ghaffar, Ketua Pengarah Tourism Malaysia, untuk menyempurnakan penyarongan jersey polka dot Raja Bukit.
The Tom jersey powered by Tourism Malaysia. Dan saya rasa semua orang kena tepuk kuat-kuat lah kali ini. Hafizal, jalankan tugas anda. Buat mereka bersorak kuat-kuat, Hafizal.
Mana penyokong-penyokong pasukan TSG?
Berikan sorakan yang tidak berbelah bagi kepada pelumba daripada TSG. TSG, Muhammad Nur Aiman Zarif.
Muhammad Nur Aiman Zarif, TSG.
Muhammad Nur Aiman Zarif takes the first King of the Mountains jersey of Le Tour de Langkawi.
He was the winner for 2 years in a row. He was the King of the Mountain for the Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi the last 2 years. Let's see whether he can make a hat-trick this year.
Man, okay, man. Okay.
Sponsored by Tourism Malaysia, as Kiki, our announcer, said there. He has won the King of the Mountains on 2 occasions in his career and has started the way he means to go on this year with a first day polka dot jersey here in Le Tour de Langkawi.
Baiklah tuan-tuan dan puan sekalian, Muhammad Nur Aiman Zarif, TSG Raja Bukit.
Congratulations, Aiman, for the polka dot jersey powered by Tourism Malaysia.
Aiman Zarif, national champion, first King of the Mountains leader.
Baiklah, seterusnya kita akan beralih ke jersey putih yang dibawakan oleh jersey orange yang dibawakan oleh KBS. Untuk itu majlis dengan suka kita menjemput yang berbahagia teknologis Dr. Nagrendran, Ketua Setiausaha Kementerian Pendidikan dan Sukan bagi mengiringi dan menjemput Yang Berhormat Tuan Adam Adli bin Abdul Halim Timbalan Menteri Pendidikan dan Sukan untuk menyempurnakan penyampaian jersey orange KBS.
And next we're going to witness who is going to wear the orange jersey, the sprint jersey powered by KBS. Jersey Sprinter.
Sprinter's jersey will be the next next presentation. Our points jersey.
Baiklah, ladies
Sponsored
and
by
gentlemen,
KBS.
please put your hands together for this rider. We know it was a sprint stage. Let's welcome Arvid Decline.
Arvid Decline is our points leader. This is a jersey that he could target this week in terms of the general classification, which he'll also lead. We have the monster that is the Genting Highlands that the sprinter, I'm sure, will not relish. But this points jersey is definitely one that he could target as this race goes on. There could be multiple stage wins this week if he is on the form that he is.
Congratulations again and again to Arvid Decline. Nampaknya dia pemenang peringkat untuk peringkat pertama ni. Dia juga B sprinter for the first stage. Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi 2023.
So as is usually the case on an opening day in a road event, the winner of the day ends up with multiple jerseys.
Majlis ucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada berbagai teknologi Dr. Nagrendran dan juga Yang Berhormat Tuan Adam Adli atas kesudian untuk menyempurnakan majlis penyampaian sebentar tadi.
Dan ini dia, kita nak tengok siapa pakai jersey hijau Petronas.
Overall winner
for the first stage.
Untuk itu majlis penjemput Yang Berhormat
Moving on to our leader's jersey.
Pembukaan Belia Sukan NGO Kerajaan Negeri Terengganu bersama-sama Yang Berusaha Encik Norodin bin Abdullah, Naib Presiden Perhubungan Strategik Komunikasi Kumpulan Petronas.
Of course, we thank you our title sponsor Petronas for bringing us the 27th edition Petronas Le Tour de Langkawi 2023. Thank you so much Petronas. Baiklah, sekali lagi kita akan tampilkan pelumba yang berjaya menamatkan perlumbaan di Terengganu ini. Dia lagi. Kita panggil dia naik ke pentas sekarang. Let's welcome the riders up on stage right now from Tudor Pro Cycling Team.
Arvid Decline pulls on the first turquoise jersey of Le Tour de Langkawi. He is the leader overall. Stage win and the overall leader's jersey. He will carry that into stage 2 tomorrow.
Kita diberitahu perlumbaan edisi ke-27 kali ini, walaupun banyak pelumba-pelumba yang dikirimkan adalah pelumba-pelumba climbers ataupun pendaki-pendaki. Tapi sprinter tidak kurang hebatnya yang datang ke edisi 27 ini.
Jersey hijau yang dibawakan oleh
Prestigious
PETRONAS.
jersey here in Tour de Langkawi.
Macam Aquaman.
Is this leader's jersey?
Dia pakai macam Aquaman lah. Boleh pakai tak tahu jadi apa.
Man, okey Man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jerseys holders as of the first
Your
day.
overall leader going into day 2 is Arvid Decline.
Arvid Decline to the Pro Cycling Team. Majlis ucapkan terima kasih kepada Encik Norudin dan juga Yang Berhormat Ustaz Syahbandar.
Kita tangkap gambar ramai-ramai
Okey,
dulu.
dijemput kesemua tamu-tamu kehormat juga untuk sesi bergambar.
Dengan penyarum-penyarum jersey setakat peringkat pertama ini. Kita ada Arvid Decline, kita ada Daish Bayal dan juga Aiman Zari.
And there you have it, there's your jerseys on the podium. Arvid Decline in the overall leader's jersey. It's Ayman Zarif from Terengganu Polygon in the King of the Mountains jersey. Tekshbaya Baktakan from Mongolia. And from the Rujain Line Insurance team, who's in the white jersey, as the best Asian rider. Thanks for your company today. Make sure you join us for stage 2 tomorrow. From Martin McDonald and John Mould, we'll see you soon. Bye for now.
Pertama, Kerteh, Kuala Terengganu, PETRONAS LTDL 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jerseys holders as of the first stage, PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2023.
Sekali lagi kita ucapkan terima kasih kepada tamu-tamu kehormat. Okey, baiklah. Untuk itu majlis penyemput Yang Berhormat Adam Adi Abdul Halim, Timbalan Menteri Perdana Sukan, bagi menyampaikan cermata kepada Yang Berhormat Ustaz Syahbandar bin Abdul Karim, Esko Pembangunan Belia Sukan, NGO Negeri Terengganu, mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Menteri Besar Terengganu. Terima kasih Terengganu, terima kasih Terengganu, terima kasih Terengganu.
Thank you very much, the State of Terengganu, for being the host.
Dan juga kepada Datuk SS.
Kepada Yang Berhormat Mulia, terima kasih juga kita ucapkan dah sempatlah sampai juga sebelum kita bagi hadiah.
Jadi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, saya Hafizal Hamad, mewakili keluarga besar Tour de Langkawi bersama dengan Nurul Alis, mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada seluruh rakyat negeri Terengganu yang menerima kehadiran kami untuk peringkat yang pertama LTDL 2023.
We express our heartfelt gratitude to all the VVIPs that attended the prize giving ceremony, especially to the state of Terengganu for being the host for the next 2 stages for the 27th edition PETRONAS Tour de Langkawi 2023. We are so happy, so honored to be here, and we're looking forward to have more races in Terengganu, definitely.
Dan untuk para pemenang,
Oyen, rapat sikit Oyen, rapat sikit Oyen. Oyen jauh sangat. Dengan itu saya juga ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada semua warga-warga yang bertugas pada hari ini.